Don't know what to do, am I doing it right? 마냥 나이만 먹어가는 걸까? 다 잘하는 사람이 되고 싶어. 똑같이 하는 건 재미가 없잖아. 아무것도 아닌 나에게 누가 말해줬지? 진짜 원하면 언젠간 되지. 말만 잘하는 사람이 되기 싫어. 진짜 잘해. 이젠 나도 할래. I'm gonna be a legend. We're gonna be a legend. 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게. Gonna be a legend. Gonna be a legend. 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래. 손을 잡아줘. 이젠 해낼 수 있어. 믿어볼래. 이젠 해낼 수 있어. I'm gonna be a legend. We're gonna be a legend. 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게. I'm gonna be a legend. We're gonna be a legend. 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래. 손을 잡아줘. In the city full of shadows and streets made of gold, the whispers of dreams that we all bought and sold. Everyone's chasing what they can't define, looking for answers in a bottle of wine. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the might. The neon lights flicker and the crowd's on the brink. Fortune's on one, lost in the time that we blink. Gotta take a shot, no room for regret. Living on the edge, ain't done with it yet. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the night. Don't wait for tomorrow. The moment is now. With a heart full of thunder, don't ask why or how. In the ruins of glory, find your ticket to ride. It's a roller coaster, baby. Buckle up for the ride. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the night. I see you dancing in the dark, through the shadows of the forest, and my heart breaks. Oh, I see you swaying through the trees, your hands dancing in the breeze, but I can't see you no more. By the moonlight, forbidden love, I need you so much. By the moonlight, I can't give you up my forbidden love. By the I feel you pulling me away to a place where I can't stay, and my heart breaks. Oh, I'm haunted by you every night. Your face appears before my eyes, but I can't see you no more. By the moonlight, forbidden love, I need you so much. By the moonlight, I can't give you up my forbidden love. By the moonlight. By the moonlight, forbidden love, I need you so much. By the moonlight, I can't give you up my forbidden love. By the moonlight.
What a day we have here. It's Showmatch Saturday. NTX Esports and fans alike. Rocket League action is here. The top prospects in North America are here. And you, all here to watch Showmatch Saturday, brought to you, presented by NTX Esports here. So many solid players here. I'm Spotty FC, Melekiym beside me, Nick NCS on production. Mel, we know a good amount about these players. A lot of people know a good amount about these players. But they want more. I think these are a lot of up-and-coming players trying to push themselves to the next step in their careers. So that's a huge day to, prove yourself to any potential prospects that you are the future of North America.
Yeah, this is a big day for that. This is a big day in general for these players. I mean, we've got a whole lot of different players. First of all, we've got our first match, Dumb and Dumber versus Tuffyo, the Tuff Yo team. I mean, in general, these players have been around for a while. Some of these players on the younger side, some of the players on the older side, but regardless, they're all incredibly well. Almost every single one of these players have made a top 16 this season. We are going to be looking at and kind of taking a deep dive into the next generation of North American Rocket League.
You said it as well, next generation of North American Rocket League, and what that next generation is, well, there's going to be a lot of names here you're going to recognize. Our first matchup is Dap and Mercy versus Scythe and Tufio. We mentioned already the team names that they're on. Well, now mention the players, and you said it, all these players have made top 16. Most of the players that are playing today have made a top 16 at some point in North America. The difference, though, is, of course, making it to the next stage, making it to where you can consistently be in the top 16, and, a lot of these players are having aspirations that they can win in North America. They can be in the final bracket, be on the final day of the broadcast. That would be day 6. Now, I don't know if any of these players have done that, but they have definitely fought their way to do so. Actually, some of these players have. So it's going to be big. Players that are trying to be that next step, trying to push themselves further. And of course, with RLCS 2026 over, RLCS 2027 now a couple months away. It's a long off season, and for these players, at least, this off season is a big moment to see if you can land yourself on a bigger team next season, a bigger stage next season. And hopefully for them, at least, improve to next season. We've already got the players up here again. Dap and Mercy, Scythe and Tupio. All players have made some pretty impressive runs in LCS before. Again, they're all freaking players. In fact, a couple of these players have been on NTX Esports as well. The ones I'm thinking of being Dap and Tupio. But all these players are extremely successful, Melekiym. And, the nice thing about this matchup here, the all match today being best of 5, it's sort of a chance to kind of, I guess, reprove yourself. I mean, everybody's kind of got a clean slate for today, I think, Some have had better results than others, but it feels like a bit of a clean slate. I feel like you're trying to reprove yourself, trying to revamp yourself, because every season's different, and so often at the end of a season, it kind of feels like there's a mishmash of everyone. Everyone's kind of put into the same pot, into the same position, and you sort of need to prove that you are, separate yourself from the rest of the pack all over again. All that hard work, it sort of gets reset in between seasons, which, depending on who you are, is a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really big. I mean, for this individual matchup with Dumb and Dumber, Dap, he's had an amazing season. He on NTX with Tuffyo, they swept, say Virtus Pro, which is at that time was the number 3 rated team in North American Rocket League, probably second in points at the time that they did it. Dap's only 15 years old, and this is his breakout season into, Swiss Rocket League, into top level Rocket League at the top of the bubble. This NTX team has kind of pushed themselves through the bubble, from below the bubble to into the bubble, and now toward the end of this LCQ, just about at the top of the bubble. I mean, Tuffyo on the other side as well has had very similar results. He had a weird end to the season after he departed from NTX, but at the very least, he's been a very consistent level player throughout the entire season. He even made, I think, top 32. I think he made day 3 in the twos with Pyrex as his teammate. So they have had good success there. I mean, Mercy on the other side, the pride of Team Puerto Rico. Not going to be the last time I'm going to be mentioning Team Puerto Rico on this broadcast, but the pride of Team Puerto Rico on Mercy has been absolutely amazing. But it's going to be Scythe and Tuffyo versus Mercy and Dap to start the day here on NTX.
Did it as well. So many players here trying to prove themselves, step up in that next stage. We have 5 matches today. A couple of these players will be here for multiple matches as well. But the one thing you'll need to know, all these matches are best of 5, and it's not really necessarily about winning. It's about being able to prove yourself, being able to step up on the stage. But that comes down to being a good team player. We're going to have to see how these players perform, as first with an early chance will be kept away by one. Dap now towards the net. tuff to clear. And we'll keep this play moving, and he's an interesting player, tuff. He's, I think, someone that a lot of people still don't recognize, still don't realize how good he is. It's a great dribble from Dap, and he's going to put it in. He doesn't want me to talk about tuff at all. He wants me to talk about Dap, who, as you said, and as I would say, is probably one of the most improved players this season. One of the most impressive come-up stories in RLCS this season, and already a goal for himself and a goal for Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Dap just had to get the simple dribble. Scythe had put himself in a very difficult spot on the offensive end. It'll be Mercy double resetting over the top of one. Scythe trying to get the touch away. Can't get the follow-up. Dap will be next up to go. It's been very interesting. Scythe has had a very interesting career. Had his birthday only a couple days ago, turning 16 years old. Still relatively young. He made 5 of the 6 round 5s last season with Pigeon on his team, and they were 100x 35. It'll be Dap again, trying to make it happen. Scythe trying to make something here. tuff will reset it low over the top of one, and it goes off of the crossbar with Scythe trying to keep the ball in play. Great defense.
It is good defense so far, and it's interesting as well. I don't know if you would agree with me on this, but it feels like there's kind of 2 sects here today in terms of what players want to prove. There are the players who I think have already proven themselves as consistent top 16 players and want to go to top 8, and there are players who haven't proven themselves and want to be a consistent top 16. I think when you look at players like Mercy, he's someone who's made top 16 many times. As you said, he's already landed himself on the Puerto Rican national team as well for international tournaments. So, along with Fade, who we're going to see later today as well. But there's players like Dap, players like tuff, who aren't consistent top 16, aren't able to, haven't really been able to be consistent day 4 entrants, and they want to be there next season. As Scythe, I would add into that group as well, gets this answer, and it's been a pretty cagey start to this game. Both teams kind of feeling each other out, having to get used to each other. But one thing that isn't going to be slowing down is going to be those bumps. 2v2 is a mode where it absolutely benefits you to be ruthless. Bump in front, goal from Scythe in a tied game at this point, and this relatively defensive start is likely to continue. Miss there. It's going to be another one for Scythe, who makes it 2-1.
Well, Scythe just scored 2 back-to-back goals. This is what he's going to do. He's always going to be able to raise his level. Just a really awkward landing from Mercy. Such an interesting jump after the Dap attempted challenge. Scythe, to be honest, hasn't had his best season, but had a great end to the season. Top 12 LCQ. He's always going to be a threat. tuff, the back for Dap, not the best touch. He lands it to Mercy. It'll be Scythe now, trying to make something happen for his team. tuff gets full dunked by Mercy. It should be Scythe all the way back to his own corner. And Scythe has been in a spot where he does rate himself in 2s. What a beat by Scythe, by the way. Does Mercy have the resources to get back? Yes, he does.
Yeah, Scythe's been a pretty big difference maker so far. Not only does he have the 2 goals, but you're just seeing him use his ability, use his mechanics to dance around players. He's one of a many different assortment of really strong 1v1 players today. He's one that up there. Dap's a pretty well-known 1v1 player in his own right, so you're going to see that utilized a lot here, especially in a mode like 2v2 where you get more space. That 1v1 skill, it does translate into freeze. It's not nearly as obvious, but you often see these 1v1 players sort of take a more defensive positioning, maybe a position where you don't recognize them nearly as well. As double tap for tuff. 3-1 for tuff. The team from tuff, the player, and a 2-goal advantage, and the strong start from Dumb and Dumber has completely collapsed. It is Scythe and now tuff who are really standing tall and look like they're just living in the pressure. They love this right now.
I don't know, it's just a super loose touch out of Mercy in the midfield, just allowed tuff the entrance into the play. Give him a wide open double tap. tuff turns on the dime here. It'll be Dap flicking it over the top of Scythe. Should be a goal though. Oh, Mercy can't get the read off the crossbar. Went straight down. There are a couple of different places that ball's going to bounce to. Mercy had no read on it.
Yeah, I'm surprised with Mercy this game. He's been a bit lackluster for a player who has been as successful as he has been. Again, consistent top 16 performer in RLCS this season and in seasons past. He's made it to that position. It's a bit of a weaker game for a player who, again, I think has already sort of proven himself to be a consistent player, just hasn't been able to take that step ahead. As up there will be Dap again, and you're just waiting to see if Mercy can have his pop-off moment. He hasn't shown it yet here. It was an interesting play from Scythe. Didn't work out so well, and Mercy's going to have a free shot, but not much on it there, and an easy one for tuffio. Dap to follow. Mercy's trying to wait behind. The support isn't really there from him, though. He knows that Dap doesn't have the boost, and he doesn't want to take the risk, and just look at this from Scythe. Just, again, dancing his way around. Anytime that tuffio, the team, have that ball, they always seem to have a second touch on it, and you compare that to Dumb and Dumber, where anytime they get upfield, it just feels like every touch they have, they just don't have that support. They don't have that faith, that trust in each other to rotate and to be there for follow-up challenges.
Well, they need something to happen here. 22 seconds to go. They need two. It's a good bump. There's the first. It's a great play to Dap from the corner. Just locking onto Scythe right after he avoided the ball. tuffio was in the top corner, and Mercy scores.
Well, there'll be no reason for them not to take that goal. Wide open net of the ball right in front of it. Only need something creative on the kickoff here. 19 seconds left to play. As Mercy does win it here for himself and for the pride of Puerto Rico. Up he goes. Challenge on tuffio. Will bounce the corner and cleared away by Scythe, who's had quite the game so far. Dap on the demo. Doesn't have a lot of boost here. He's going to need to take a couple extra seconds. And in fact, he's facing the wrong direction. Oh, and Mercy jumped for that. Oh, they weren't on the same page there. It's still kept up. tuffio looking to just ground it here. Someone's going to go for this. In fact, they both go for it. Terrible time for a double commit. And it will be tuffio and Scythe, who both had great moments in this game, who take the win only by one goal. But that middle portion of the game from them, if we look back at that, that was really strong from them, that middle portion. tuffio and Scythe, they got their 3 goals there. They look consistent there. And also importantly, they really made Dap and Mercy sort of second guess themselves even after they had that lead.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is going to be a game about who's going to be able to do more with the ball. I think 2s is a completely different game mode than 3s. I mean, 2s, you're going to have so much more space on the ball. You're going to be allowed to be more mechanical. And, you know, how you use your space in 2s is a lot less critical than how you'd use it in 3s. But still, you have to be effective because 2s can be a very, very fast game mode. And in the beginning of the game, Dap and Mercy, you know, they got off to a good start, but the moment that they gave just an inch of space to Scythe on the ball, Scythe was able to turn the game around completely. This is what they can do. They're going to be able to turn the game around on a dime completely whenever you give them the space and the chance to open the game up. They're going to take a mile when you give them an inch. That's the one thing that Scythe and tuffio would do, especially being the 2s players that they are.
Yeah, and the 1s player that Scythe is as well. He knows how to use space, and he knows how to kind of maintain his own car. And you mentioned as well about how bad the season has been for Scythe this as well. He's not had a great season. He's been able to make, as you said, he made top 12 in the LCQ, but during the other 6 3v3 events, it felt like he was a bit lackluster. I know for a fact he was on Nameless Esports for part of the season, a team that I don't think ever made a day free themselves. So, you know, it feels like for Scythe, this is a big game for him and a really big day for him because his LCS results have not been great. I don't think he'll be very happy with how the season has gone for himself. But obviously, if he can perform well here, if he can just prove that he can be a level to everyone else, it can be his ticket into potentially day 3s and day 4s in the future, into more teams in the future and getting more eyes on him. So far, he's been a really scary player. I mean, you can see how much faith that Dumb and Dumber have to put into him because anytime that Scythe seems to have the ball, it just doesn't seem like they can close that space down. He always finds room to work with here, and he always finds ways to at least beat 1 on the ball. That's a skill that is so tough to do in 2s, just being able to always be able to beat that first player. If you can do that consistently, you're going to get goals as a result because those 2v1s are going to be golden opportunities. As Scythe will get the golden opportunity from tuffio.
Yeah, I mean, just as to your point, Scythe just beat 1, allowed tuffio to take over the play, and tuffio just double tapped it off the backboard right back to Scythe, who wanted to enter earlier, but smartly waited for the ball to fall into his lap, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. They want to just change the pace of play so much against this Mercy Dap team, which has not seen much of the ball since the middle of last game. They have been restricted from making things happen. Dap in the air, finally has some space, but the reset goes awry. This will be a pass up to Scythe, who wants the top corner. Maybe back to tuffyo. Not exactly effective enough. Scythe, I have no idea tuffyo's going to pass to him. That's the one thing. And these players aren't in the comms. Mercy, good reason to get past one. That will pop it back up. Scythe will have tuffyo underneath. He's going to have to beat Mercy here, and does by a long margin. Can he get the double tap? No, not exactly. That won't be able to transition as fast as he wants to. Reset catch from Mercy. But that's it.
A really great rotation from tuffyo. He knew immediately, as soon as he got that touch, it wasn't going to be good enough that he would have left Scythe on his own island. I think so often players kind of turn their mind off the game when they go for that, but you can't do that in this mode. And you said it, these players aren't necessarily in comp with each other, aren't necessarily, going to be on the same page with each other. So you got to be just a really good support teammate. I think the smart role to take in these kind of matchups is that support role. It's the least flashy role, but it's the far more impressive role if you do it well, because if you do it poorly, everybody notices, but if you do it well, it often isn't that easy to recognize. But so all you got to be smart about here is tuffyo's going to get the clear. So just, again, lovely rotations, and really good support from tuffyo as a team, because it's so easy, again, to miss those rotations, but they really haven't done that this whole series. They recognize each other, they are playing well together, and you are seeing the difference in the way that these teams rotate and trust each other. Dumb and Dumber, there seems to be space between them, and they seem to leave themselves in these one-on-one chances that they have not been winning. Whereas for tuffyo and Scythe, even if they don't win the challenge, they aren't too concerned, because they always have that ability to rotate back and support each other. And that is a skill that is, that all these players are going to be good at, but some of these players are going to be better at than others. And at least for this series, from what I'm seeing, if you had any stat line to be the one that would prove just how different these teams have been playing so far, it would be how fast they are recovering. Oh my goodness! It's just beautiful. It's like a work of art here from these guys. I can't even stop talking without them scoring again.
tuffyo, what a catch. Just a little pop back into the air right to himself. And this is what he's going to do, even with the last goal, being able to just slightly beat the last defender. He's able to do so much for his team in this scenario. Tap and Mercy needs something. Mercy will reset. Fake it. The Musty gets scooped into the sky. Not really something that they're going to like. Scythe on transition. Beats one. Bumping the second. Scythe will do it by himself.
Oh, that is prime Scythe 1v1s right there. Dap. He knew he had to go for this thing. Mercy was kind of waiting, and again, Scythe always finds the way to beat at least one player. No matter whenever he's on the ball, he just beats that first player. He always seems to find a way to do it. And not only does he beat them, he beats them in a way where he can set up for a play behind him. He doesn't necessarily need to score. All he needs to do is just have someone score, and just anytime he's upfield, he is just a menace right now, because Dumb and Dumber, whatever they can do, they can't seem to beat him on the first challenges here.
Yeah, I mean, they really can't even get their balls in the ball. Like when, actually, it's a pre-jumping Mercy. He'll get the flip down. He is going to try to shoot it from the ceiling. Well read by tuffyo on minimal boosts. It's going to be number 5. I mean, every single time that Scythe and tuffyo are just moving down the field, Mercy and Dap, they're just so late every single time to the ball. They're always second best to the challenges. Dap and Mercy are calling for next game. They're just trying to go to the next game. I'm not so sure it's going to be a lot, but they're trying to go to the next game so far.
Do you blame them here? This game has been worse than the first one for them.
No, it's been hard. It's been hard the entire game. I mean, they really haven't been able to get on the ball, and when they have been on the ball, the chances that they've created really haven't threatened the 18-yard box of tuffyo and Scythe. I mean, in general, they really haven't let the ball drop in their half. So that's going to be the end of game number 2, as Scythe and tuffyo will very dominantly take the game. 5 goals to love.
Yeah, I forgot you play tennis.
Oh, the love, yeah. Not zero.
I forgot you play tennis.
On me.
No. I love that. That's perfect, actually. No pun intended. I just realized. But again, a strong game, and we've been talking so much about Scythe and the way that he's able to beat players. Credit where it's due as well. Scythe's playstyle wouldn't work so well if tuffyo didn't have faith in him, and you see that kind of faith that tuffyo has in Scythe, because he trusts that Scythe's going to be able to go for this. It's so easy to play passively in a game mode like this because you don't know these people as well. But again, Scythe's playstyle, it only works super well because tuffyo is there to work with him. It's because tuffyo is able to adapt to him well, and it's something that you can't really quantify how well a player can adapt to someone else, because it's so tough to like see that. But Tupio's adapting perfectly to Scythe right now. He knows that Scythe is playing well. He knows that Scythe right now is able to beat Dumb and Dumber, at least the first place of that ball. And he knows that Scythe is able to break that rotation, and so he trusts that if Scythe can beat that first player, that he's going to be right there behind it to finish up any play that Scythe can't score. And that's part of the reason why this game was so dominant, because the trust that Tupio had in Scythe, it increased. I want to see, I love to compare the positioning that Tupio had this game to the last game, because I can tell you, he was a whole lot closer to Scythe this game in his positioning, in where he sat, because he trusted that whatever Scythe did with the ball, it was going to work.
Yeah, I mean, he saw kind of the way that Scythe was playing in the first game, and Scythe also kind of had to adjust to the way that Tuffy was playing in the first game. He understands what Scythe is going to be able to do on the ball. Go up in the air, beat one. Scythe has got a pretty good first touch. He's going to be able to catch the ball. To be fair, I mean, Dap and Mercy have been giving the ball away a bunch, so both players understand one of them has the ability to make a play in a 1v1, 1v2 scenario. We're trusting them to make it happen. It'll be Dap to start off the next game. Game number 3. Mercy's up fast to this. Scythe had to remain composed for the save. Mercy will take this all the way back and try to cross-map this. Tuffio float challenge. Mercy, reset, trying to get past Tuffio. Tuffio did just enough to keep this one in an advantageous spot. 1v1. Dap, reset never comes. It's a 1v1 because of the rule 1 in the midfield. And Tuffio's gonna have to 1v1 Dap for this.
I don't know who you'd favor in this one, because Tufio's not a bad ones player. He's a good ones player in his own right here as well. Although Dap's got the ball, he's got the fake. Well, I was gonna say I might favor Dap slightly, but man, it's gonna close 1v1, but they'll end right there. Beautiful fake from Dap on the flip reset, but this is a 2v2 game, so we're gonna go right back to that in just a moment here. But I like what you mentioned about the 1v1 difference that these players have, because I think the players that I would have compared here would have been interesting enough. The player that wouldn't have talked about as much at the start of this series, that being Scythe and Dap, and the success that they've had wanting to play the way that they have. I think both players want to do a lot of the same things. They want to use that ability to outplay that first player, to just use their ones and mechanics to set up easy plays behind them. The difference comes into not only the trust that they have in their teammates, but also the success they've had in that. And you can see it's night and day. Scythe has just been the better player in 1v1. So if Dap is going to wants to be successful, he's got to figure out Tupio and Scythe's defense soon, because so far, whatever he's been able to do in ones and being able to challenge these players, it hasn't been enough. And Tupio and Scythe's defense has been excellent this series. That means Dap's going to have to get even better.
Oh, here goes Scythe in the 1v1 with Dap. Scythe with a reset, control, trying to beat Dap, pinch save, follow, shot never has power. And Scythe has to be careful. Mercy on transition, reset, pop up. Mercy has given Dap life.
Yeah, it is. What a great play from Mercy. He has been quiet this entire series, but that will be a loud entrance in Game 3. Reset bump right through the play and right through the hearts of Tuffio, who thus far have been essentially unchallenged in this series. He said it, maybe giving some life, maybe trying to change rules around. You feel like Mercy wants to take control of the series, going to put it in his own hands. He's the kind of player where he can do that, and it can work, as he almost got the play there for Dap. It will be wide. He'll go again. Dunked away. That's going to go to the net. Oh, it's a terrible challenge from Mercy. Well, he was a hero moments ago, but this is a Zemo-type play. Tupio read him perfectly, but you have to imagine Mercy. You cannot let yourself get dunked in that position.
The first 2 and some minutes of this game was the first lead that Dap and Mercy have had since the first game of Game 1. Or the first minute of Game 1, excuse me. Imagine you wouldn't be too quick to lose it here. Mercy trying to control it. Has he done enough to get past Scythe? Yes, he has. What a play by Mercy. He controlled it, used the reset late, allowed Tuffio to kind of fall to the ground. 2-goal lead once again.
Yeah, I think Scythe wanted to challenge that play initially, but he just got up too late. He just jumped too late, and it would have been a better decision for him just to not go at all. But in the moment there, you can understand why he wanted to play it, because he didn't have a lot of boost, so recovering back would have been difficult for him regardless. He just leaves himself a bit too slow here, and we've got a pretty good game on our hands. Tupio! Oh my! He's hit another one! Tupio has done this kind of stuff on streams like this before. He finds ways, just get another trick out of his bag.
No, this is insane. He landed on this. He got bumped, landed on the ceiling, used his flip to recover back towards the ball. No, this isn't your average play. This isn't your average player. That is an absolutely insane play from tuffyo to try to give his team life. He might have disappeared for a while, but believe me, he's not lost any of his class.
Oh, well, you say that here, and that's an open net for Dap.
Oh, wow.
I think you cursed him, Mel. I think you cursed him here because, well, let's take a look at this play. tuffyo got the first touch, and then he went right into Scythe there. Or maybe Scythe went into tuffyo, honestly. Either way there, tuffyo will say it's his fault in chat, but I think both players are going to be feeling pretty disappointed about that one here. And it's back to a 2-goal difference. No matter this push and pull kind of game has been one that's favored Dumb and Dumber, and you want to see. Oh, what a dunk from tuffyo!
I mean, the Eagle's crazy.
What a he just goes. He just goes for it, and it works. And you know, we can always say it's just ego, but like he knows what Dap's doing there. He knows at the very least that if Dap's going to play for a pop-up type play, he'll just go for it and dunk him. And here we go, the push and pull continues, and we're just waiting to see that middle of the game rush that we've seen from tuffyo and Scythe in the last 2 games. In the middle part of the game, they both have had their moments. They both have seemingly been unstoppable when we get to the halfway point. So we'll see if that shows up again here in game 3.
tuffyo wanted to reset that into the top corner. Dap has enough boost. Too much to get the reset. Not a great touch by Scythe, but it does set up tuffyo well. He's got Scythe in front of him. Let's try and get the pinch. Will Scythe decide to float child this? It depends what Dap wants to do. He wants the backboard. He wants the double tap. Mercy's so far back. He's going to have time here. It's going to be hard to get past 2 players, so he decides to just send it on target. tuffyo now will try and solo. Full field. Pass 1. Mercy, not the best save. It should be Scythe. Off the backboard. The double was lined up, but he let it go. Mercy on transition. Trying to put the game away. He might have effectively done that. It is a hat trick for the Puerto Rican.
You know, tuffyo, as soon as he saw that play from Scythe, he was really hoping Scythe would get that second touch. If Scythe gets it there, it's a delayed transition from Dumb and Dumber. They don't get this 2v1 that easily, but Scythe just missing up his shot, and the transition is right there. And he said it may be putting the game away. The defense will have to do the rest of the work here for Dumb and Dumber. Oh, that's not a good start, though. Dap. He just collided with Mercy. That could have been a goal right there. He'll be very fortunate that tuffyo and Scythe didn't have a boost or the positioning to challenge that. As Scythe will clear, tuffyo is upfield as well. Back to Scythe. That's surely the goal.
Wow.
1-2-1 and back again. tuffyo have not given up hope in this game.
Well, I'll tell you, this is so smart from Scythe. He saw Dap pre-jumping and instead said, I'm not trying to get full dumped by Dap right now. Sent the ball to the far left side to tuffyo, who gave the ball right back to him because he knew he was going to have the advantage on the positioning on Mercy, and just pushed it into the bottom left corner. What a play by tuffyo and Scythe. But there's got to be careful not to concede again. He hasn't caught out Scythe just yet. Here they go from the corner. Scythe has tuffyo infield. He might go by himself. He wants to race it underneath tuffyo, waiting to enter the play. Mercy doesn't exactly have a sufficient amount of boost. This will be a full field try by tuffyo. Mercy insta challenging, continuing, trying to make it happen. Dap insta challenging on the immediate 1v1. Might have a second touch here. He's gonna try to control, but Scythe puts it away.
Yeah, really smart play from Scythe there. He's got boost as well, so he can do a lot from this position. Dap and Mercy have gotten a lot better at managing the plays from Scythe. That doesn't mean they've been perfect at it, though. He is still a massive problem, but that's going to get through one. Mercy to Dap. That's the end of the game. You saw one last play there. tuffyo, who ordinarily I don't think would want to go for that one. Just he doesn't have any options. There's not enough time left. He goes for it. It won't work. Mercy and Dap, but being a best of 5, do stay alive in this series off of that goal.
Yeah, they've found a way. They're going to try to get one back. Oh, Scythe just couldn't find the angle. Well, it will be a very revitalizing game after Dumb and Dumber got effectively shut out for 9 minutes straight of regulation gameplay. They score 6 here and take the game 6-4.
I thought that was going to be a goal at that second play. That would have been maybe one of the nicer looking goals in this game, of which we've had a ton, but a much stronger looking game here from Dumb and Dumber. I think they did a lot better job at repelling Scythe, who only had a goal this game. He had no assists. We're a player who's been the one to set up plays and allow tuffyo to be successful in a lot of situations. It's felt like one where there's a little bit more of that disconnect. They weren't nearly They weren't given nearly the same amount of space here from Dumb and Dumber, who combined had 12 shots. So stronger game and really a strong performance from Dap. I think he's been, I would say, so far in this series, he's been the player I've been looking at the most to see if he can. I wouldn't say maybe the most, but he's definitely someone I've been looking at that comparison to Scythe to see if he can be in a position that Scythe's in and help set things up. And he's been successful about that in this game. But what really matters here, Mel, is not just game 3. It's about consistency here. We'll see if this is consistent, because so far this series has been sort of inconsistent from Dumb and Dumber. We haven't been able to see their true level, but we also haven't been able to see them hold up to a certain level. So this is a game 4 where it's all about consistency now for Dumb and Dumber. Can they do what they did in game 3 again? And can they prove that it's not a fluke, that this is their normal levels, like I think we should expect it to be the normal levels?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're beginning to kind of find their level. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of respond to what has been brought up to them in this upcoming game. So game number 4. Wow.
It's the exact same thing I'm saying here. How on earth? Can you place that any better? Can you place that any better from sight? He didn't even need to shoot that well. He had such a good look at it. The defender was completely flat-footed. He didn't need to have that good of a shot from that position. And so he goes for it in the literally about as top right as you can get. I mean, it's so top right it actually falls to the bottom right corner. And an impressive shot from Scythe, who I have to imagine was pretty unhappy about how last game went, considering that he got effectively shut down for a good amount of that game. He couldn't be nearly as successful as he wanted to be. So this will be, I think, for Scythe, his redemption game. His ability to prove that, his ability to try to kind of bring back that level that he had before, that same amount of fear that I think he struck to the hearts of Mercy and through Dap, but Tuffio looking for a play of his own. Won't get very far with that, and they gotta be a bit careful here, Tuffio, because they've been going for a lot of these heavy challenges, these heavy commits on their solo efforts, and if they don't have a recovery, it's gonna struggle, but that won't need a recovery for that one. It's Scythe again, and he's looking to bring back the pain that Mercy felt before. A flip reset like this is a great way to make yourself known.
Well, I mean, you talk about redemption. This is a Scythe masterclass from the right corner. Then getting the late reset over the top of Mercy. Scythe is going to call his own number again. He is going to stay on this. He doesn't have the boost to get under it and get the reset like he wanted to. Oh, Dap cut right back in front of his goal. They're going to pitch this one, forcing Scythe to react. And it's going to go off the crossbar, then the ground, and out.
Another chance saved away. Dap will just slow them down a little bit more. Oh, we haven't seen a team pinch yet. I suppose we haven't seen any yet this series. I feel like these players love to go for those. There's like an innate human nature in us that we just, if you can go for a crazy team pinch, you go for a crazy team pinch here. As Mercy shut down by the incoming challenge from Scythe. A miss there. Sylvie Tuffio, back wall. Oh, it's just kept down. I was wondering the same thing as well, going for that cycle from that position. The ball wasn't moving all that fast, and that was a relatively simple challenge. Now Scythe gets past another one. It's going to be just wide. Mercy will keep it that way. As Dap, he's got to be careful he doesn't get bumped as well. The boost running very low for Dumb and Dumber. Mercy's going to have a full tank, and in fact, he's going to have a lot of room. Dap's waiting. Surprisingly passive from Tuffio and Scythe, but it won't come back to hurt them. Oh, miss there.
Double tap, lined up. I mean, this guy's unbelievable. Every single time you've given him an open opportunity, he opens the game up in his favor. Look at how tight this angle is. Off the backboard, Mercy couldn't get the read. That's 3-0.
And a beautiful strike from Tuffio, who, as the series is going on, he's gotten better and better and better every single game we've seen him. It's someone who I was going to talk about a lot at the start of the series. Someone who, in the past, I've mentioned as being the next star of North America. There's a couple people in this grouping that I think could be the next star of North America. Surprising or not, there's a double play there. It's a goal up for Mercy. Well, it will be Dumb and Dumber 2 goals away from coming back. They're not in desperation just yet. There's still half the game to play, but they're going to need to work relatively quickly, because if not, that time will become a problem for them.
My soccer coach used to say, as Dap and Tuffio will both know, them also being soccer players. Same thing with Scythe. A 2-goal lead is the hardest lead to hold. They have to be careful now, Tuffio and Scythe, because the game has just opened up for Mercy and Dap. Off the ceiling, Dap doesn't exactly want to enter the play just yet. He tap again from the corner, try and make something happen. He's got Mercy in front of him, just gonna give the ball away. I'm not so sure some of these plays, what the point's been. Just giving the ball away, but Scythe has kind of thrown that one. Mercy, extra touch, has beat tuff. That's one goal game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some of these touches from Dumb have not been good, but this one, I mean, it was just meant to be kind of a throwaway dribble, but I don't know why tuff stopped moving. He stopped moving in the middle of the field. There was a bump attempt on him, but it was nowhere near him, so the fact that he just stopped his car movement, he must have thought that play wasn't going to go through. An odd decision for tuff, who has so far been extremely impressive in this game. And now, they're only up by one, and there's still more than enough time. Flip reset for Mercy. Won't get very far there. Dap now. Gets the dog. Mercy won't be able to challenge it back. He's missed the boost as well. It's going to be a lot of room for Scythe to work with, but he just kind of throws it away. Couldn't make anything go for it. Mercy again. Reset. Mercy. Oh, it's not a great touch, and a couple of these plays just have not fallen well. I know you want to talk about that as well, about how some of these plays from Dumb and Dumber have just... It just feels like there's a lack of quality in what they're doing, a lack of precision in some of these touches they're going for. And especially by the end of this game, we've seen a couple different plays where just the ball's kind of just flown up the car, not hit correctly. Now you need a little bit of quality at this point if you're going to get a goal past tuff and Scythe. We've seen it a couple times already, but they got to bring it back. There's only 60 seconds to play, and that offense, it's going to need to show up well here.
Gonna have to. It's got a minute left. For your life in this show match, Tap had to pre-jump it. It should be Mercy's ball. Oh, Tuff just completely messed up his play there. I'm not so sure Tap needed to jump for that one. It's kind of out of his reach. He jumped late. Mercy trying to get past Tuff. Did a good job staying solid. There goes Tuff again. He gets beat. Tap has Mercy infield, trying to beat Scythe, but he read it well. Had to pre-jump it, get his hands up. He kept it close. Tap will try to keep this in the corner. He beats Scythe, but Scythe gets the bump. Should give Tuff a free ball. I think this will at least give them some time. Tap trying to pop it back up. Not a great pop. He's going to get beat on the secondary attempt for this. It will be Mercy in the corner, trying to make it happen. He's going to have a ball here. 20 seconds to go. Reset. Maybe a second touch. Trying to get it back in play. He can't really do it. Scythe trying to get it away. Mercy being demoed. Allows a free ball. Scythe off the backboard. Trying to end this game and put it into the ground. He will. Scythe and tuff will take the show match in 4.
Yeah, it is. Strong performance here, and we asked the question, were they consistent? I think the answer we can say here is Dumb and Dumber just weren't consistent, and specifically, you know, you look at Tap and Mercy at the end of that game. Mistakes, bad touches, and poor decisions. And unfortunately for them, I think this was a series where when the pressure did get high, they just made more mistakes. They made more errors. They couldn't keep up. It felt like it was a game where we saw a tuff and Scythe side that was just more calm under pressure. They trusted themselves. They trusted their own individual performances. And ultimately, it succeeded here. They didn't make nearly as many mistakes. They looked quality. They had some incredible goals as well in parts of this series. But ultimately, I think it came down to just a better quality, a better product from Scythe and tuff, and a really great start to what is our first of 5 show matches today.
Yeah, we've got multiple more show matches to go. We've got so many things going on right now. As a matter of fact, but really big ups to them. Big ups to Tap and Mercy for playing the show match. You know, we've seen a lot of them. They've been absolutely amazing. So they had a pretty good showing today. But Scythe and tuff, congratulations on taking the cake in the show match. That's going to be it for us. We've got a couple more show matches in just a little bit. Up next, we have got a really, really big one between Zenom and Thule versus Jax and Ness coming up next. We'll see you in a bit.
It was bone dry.
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope and getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where's the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. The games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking help. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need
Welcome back to the Saturday show matches of NTX Esports. We're here with our second round of action here. It'll be Jen and Natow versus Inspector Gadgets in another 2v2 best of 5. Now, our match here is going to be Zenom and Yeti versus Jax and Ness. So this is sort of a matchup of players that may not be nearly as well known. I think people who are still very new into the scene, kind of dipping their toes in the top 32, and possibly in the future top 16 placements. So these are a lot of newer players here, Melekiym, and in theory, people who haven't had a lot of time to really prove themselves. So matchups like these, they haven't had a lot of experience at the top level in the highest. Well, I should say they have a lot of experience at the highest level, but in terms of RLCS, the amount of results they've had, significant results, has been minimal. So obviously, these are very new people trying to kind of immerse themselves into the bubble scene, which will be, of course, very important that you can play well, of course, in a match like this.
Yeah, this won't be the last time you hear me say this today. If there's any place for it to be done, it's most definitely going to be in twos, especially for to best show off what you're able to do on and off the ball, how your decision-making skills are on and off the ball. I mean, twos is a very different game mode from threes. Like, I'd bet to say that there are a lot of 1v1 scenarios in 2v2 and a lot of 2v2 scenarios in 3v3. And if you're able to master your 2v2 scenarios in a lot of different places, you'll be able to play threes a lot better. Of course, if you understand the basics of the game, and I think every single one of the players in here does. I mean, we talk a little bit about Jax as well. Jax has been on the up and coming for NTX just for a little while. He's been pretty good. Jen and Natow on that side as well. Ness has been a once player for a little bit. Ness has been pretty good on the one side. I see him in a lot of different level of two lobbies. Same thing with Zenom and Yeti. Yeti making his debut top 32 this season. We're gonna get underway. It is Jax and Nesbali versus Zenom and Blazing Yeti.
It will be here, and I'm really interested to see how Blazing Yeti can show up to this. You said it, this is his debut top season to make a top 32, so he still has a long way to go, you think? He's still at the very, very beginning of his career. At only 18 years old, there's still a lot of room for him to move, a lot of places for him to go to, but you said it, if you're going to get it done, you want to be a top contender, you want to be someone that gets on better teams, you got to do it in 2v2. A lot of the players here, really, really good 2v2 players, people who have found success in that game mode, the game mode that is most popular with high-level competitive players in terms of ranked comparisons. So, dude, is so important of a game mode. So, Yeti's still relatively new in terms of breaking himself into this scene. So, in theory, you feel like there might be less pressure on Yeti, but of course, you never know for certain. He still has a lot to go. Still, I think he's going to have a bit of pressure on this match, just knowing that he hasn't had a lot of time to prove himself. So, it'll be a fun match to see how he performs. I'm really looking at Yeti to be sort of an interesting player. And as you mentioned, Ness on the other side, someone who has proved himself in ones. He's a really strong ones player. He said he's competitive in 2v2 ranked. But in terms of threes, his success has been very minimal. So he's trying to find kind of success in the 3v3 mode that typically players consider the highest mode in Rocket League competitive tournaments. So Ness, someone who hasn't really found his success in threes. We'll see kind of how he's able to advance
was
himself.
that touch?
Not much you can do about that. Zenom's going to have the first goal here.
Well, hello. That's just the second touch of doom and despair behind everybody. My goodness gracious, that's a very unlucky start to the show match.
I wonder if this is going to be kind of a nervous match for a lot of these players, again, because they haven't really had that time to prove themselves either in threes or just in competitive Rocket League in their own rights, but that's an interesting... So you said it's Jax, who you are kind of keen at looking at here to show up as well. He's a solid player in his own rights. I'm really interested to see how him and Ness are going to work together, because they're both very good twos players, but they're also really good ones players. I mean, both of them have played ones. Both of them are not bad in their own individual skill, as that net's very open. Well, Ness is going to take a goal here, but I'm very surprised he did, because there was no reason for him to score from this position. Just completely on the wrong page here. Both Yeti and Zenom kind of caught looking at each other, not at the play in front of them.
I mean, that's unfortunately what's going to happen in twos. I mean, one thing in twos, people are always going to talk about, twos, it doesn't matter as much as getting a team in threes, or twos doesn't matter to get you a team in threes. You just got to grind 6-mans or get no off of scrims. No, twos matters so much to be able to get a team in threes. It just matters it matters on different levels to different people. It means different things to different people. I mean, the whole reason that Bora is on this Dignitas team that's been playing in this LCQ and you know, LCQ still going on is because he was a top level 2s player, and Evo, as the at the time captain of Dignitas, values his 2s players. And that's all of a sudden now this is how good Bora's career is going, just because he was a good 2s player. He retired for 8 months, came back to the game completely at random because he did one tryout because he's playing high in 2s. That's an open F for me. That's a really bad commit actually in the midfield to push this out from Jax. Just not so sure what his I guess he wanted to bang it. He just completely whiffed the attempt at net or attempt at touch. It's gonna be
he wanted to find Ness there. I can almost tell you Jax was trying to find Ness on that play. But he said it, either way, it's risky to throw your ball in front of your net like that, but it's even worse when you don't get the touch you want. And this has been a really shaky game one from both of these teams. It just feels like... we're always going to say this, I think, about these series, that these game ones are always going to be kind of warm-up games because they know they have more games to play. So you don't necessarily need to be, you know, at your best in game one. You need to be consistent, though, and set your level in game one and see if you can beat that level. This is not a good sign for any of these players, considering that it's been shaky, there's been mistakes, there's been, well, just poor mechanical touches. If you want to prove yourself to be a top-level 2s player, you don't want to be making those kind of mistakes, especially ones where the play is extremely easy to score off of. So we'll have to see if these teams can improve, and really if anyone can step up to a different level, because the way that this series is going, it's going to come down to, oh, is they going to run into each other now? There's a lot of room here for Ness to work with. He'll go for the pass, it's cleared away, overcommit the other way, and a wide open net for Yeti. Oh, but he missed it!
Completely missed the open.
I can't believe what I'm watching here. It's just like, you have the double commit one way, you have the team bump the other way, then the open net miss. Whatever's happening here, these players are going to need to recover quickly. This is a shocking start.
I'm okay. Jackson's super mechanical. What can he do? He gets the ball taken off his car by Zenom. It should be Ness's play. He'll go off the ceiling. He somehow beats out Zenom. Jax will reset double into the back of the net. This game is tied.
And somehow, some weird way, this game was just going to be tied. You can definitely say it's unpredictable with all the plays that we're seeing go wide at this point. So there's still 48 seconds to play, and maybe we can see someone step up. It's a great shot though, and we need to see a bit of quality in a game where we haven't seen much of it. Jax, who I think is going to be very disappointed so far. He's trying to find a difference. Ness now, early challenge on Zenom. We're seeing a lot of heavy commits here from Ness and Jax. So definitely pay attention to how their rotation is going to work. How smart they have to be to not overcommit. They're really good players in recoveries, so they can commit heavily, but they got to be careful that they don't overcommit the play. As I'm up on Yeti, oh, the shot went wide from Ness. He needed to put that on target, and a poor recovery here. Zenom,
but the shot didn't have power. What? The shot, he had a wide open opportunity. Yeti is just trying to, and he's completely chalked the play. He backed up so much, gets full dunks. Zenom, sidewall, double, forcing a save out. It's just so chaotic right now. Yeti pre-jumped it. Jax will just send it downfield. Zenom keeps it up. He's going to have to just push this away. Not the best touch. Jax has help to his right. He's going to use it. The bump. Does Ness have the attempt at net? He will. Yeti's going to keep it up. He gets demoed. No one wants to drop the ball. It's gonna punish somebody. Jax takes over off the backboard. Double down.
Oh, and the ball was on his foot. I was so surprised that Yeti kept that thing up. His team didn't have boost, and he just saw goals in his eyes, and didn't think about the fact that he didn't have an ability to recover. Now it's a chance to score. Oh, Zenom didn't commit to it. He was too worried about the clear. Man, this has been in a game where you just don't know what's gonna happen next.
Oh, what?
For good or for bad. Clear from Jax. How do they not score that?
And Zenom had an open net. I mean, you have to be able to put these things away. Yeti says this is good control. This is slowing the pace down. Zenom just has to make sure he doesn't get caught out here by the Jax bang. Should be a free ball for Zenom after the 50 from Yeti. It'll be Zenom with Yeti down to his right. He's going to just try to win the 50 and allow Yeti to enter. Reset, faking low. Ness with no boost gets sent. And Yeti will deliver the game-winning goal for himself and Zenom. My goodness.
That was I will say, that was a very entertaining game one. I can't imagine any of these players are going to want to remember that game one anytime soon. I think they're going to want to forget it as fast as possible. This was a game one full of missed opportunities, but through it all, more of those opportunities came to Inspector Gadgets, came to Yeti and Zenom. They missed a lot of their chances. That's a concerning sign for them. They did get the win, but both these teams, they're going to have a lot to look at here because the quality of this game, it was not to the level you expect of these players. Not what I would have, what they would have wanted to see. So we need to just see some consistency from these players. And specifically, I think these teams need to slow it down and try to keep things simple. I think they're going for a lot of stuff that might be fairly too complex, but it's not even that complex. It's just they missed. I think they just got in their own heads at a moment here. I really don't know what happened in this game one. Hopefully it's just a warm-up. But we need to see better from these two teams because that was not a game one that you'll want to remember anytime soon.
I think the big thing for me is the fact, it's not the fact that either team didn't concede more based on the mistakes that were taking place. It's more that neither team took the opportunity to score off of the mistakes that we seen taking place. I mean, there were so many open net. I think there was probably a counter of 6 open nets missed in that entire game, and that shouldn't happen at a level above 1700. But I mean, regardless, they're gonna have time for them to come together and regroup. I think the entire game atmosphere was just rather chaotic. They're gonna have time to calm down. It's gonna be in a different game on a different map. They're gonna have time to reset. It's a new 5-minute slate to calm down and to see what was happening. I don't think any player did necessarily they never really played to their strength like that. This was mechanical. He had maybe 1 or 2 solo plays on the ball in that entire game, and in twos is just a collection of 1v1s. And you need to be able to find a way to capitalize on that. And in many situations, they just did not. So this next game for both teams, specifically for Ness and Jax, is going to be a really big game to get their form in. And if they can get their form in, their confidence will be raised.
The one thing I did like about that last game, especially in the overtime, from Zenom and Yeti, this might be a goal the other way. It won't be. It's just a little wide of Zenom, but Yeti's there. The one thing I liked about it is the fact that in the middle of that overtime, I think they realized that they were kind of not playing well, so they intentionally slowed the game down. They didn't waste time. They didn't try to play too fast. They tried to slow the game, play it cool. As a cool save there. No chance to save it again. Jax will score here. And Ness with that start out play. Well, it's Yeti who really wanted that second touch, didn't get to it, and leaving a ball in front of your net like that is going to be easy pickings for Ness and Jax.
Yeah, it was just a really awkward double commit that Ness and Jax were able to capitalize on in this game. About 4 minutes to go. It's a good start from Ness and Jax, something they did need, especially being down in that game to Yeti and Zenom, but could have been open a whole lot faster. If not for the open net miss, and Zenom will turn the corner. Jax just kind of gave the ball away there. Has to be careful. Yeti can't reach it. Zenom has to get back into the play and make a save on the ball. He has to remain alert after the Yeti miss. Will bounce straight down. Ness wanting to enter the play. Not exactly did to his full potential. This should be a free ball for Jax. Solo play over the top of one. Double tap hitting the crossbar. Ness will try to fake at one, but Yeti pre-jumped it and found a great save.
Yeah, that was a little scary there because, I mean, Yeti had the ball on his front hood and he actually had the ball bounce off his front hood. It went away from him, and as a defender, you don't want that. You want the ball on your hood. You want it in front of your car when you don't have boost because you want to draw in the offense to go for 50-50. You want to, it's going to slow the play down and it's going to make offenses sort of have to wait on you, which you rarely get that opportunity in defense. The fact that it bounced off his hood, a scary moment there for Yeti, but he does get the save. Still, they don't have a lot of boost here. In fact, he doesn't even have a car right now. He'll be respawning in just a moment and have a tank to work with, but that boost was a massive problem for Zenom and Yeti in that play. They will get away with it, but it was close.
Oh my word!
My, what a play for Zenom. We need to see someone step up. Zenom is trying to be the one to do it, and with plays like that, maybe you can make a name for yourself after all.
Yeah, and he split the defense as well at the scoop reset into the bottom left corner, perfectly in between where Jax and Ness were covering. They tied this game. Ness will have to solo play this. He's going to get beat by Zenom. Yeti wants to take over. He will take it to the sky. Blazing Yeti trying to fake reset underneath one. I think Yeti wanted to cut in. I don't think he needed to. Zenom still had an open shot. Yeti kind of took it away from his teammate. Ness and Jax as well. He'll take it off of Ness' car. He'll call his own number. This one was going to be on target, so Zenom did have to stay alert. It'll be Venom's ball. He's going to go to the wall, take the boost, and continue. Yeti's pre-jumping. He might hit Yeti, but the Musty just a little bit too far behind. They should be able to recover. Can they recover? Does Venom have the opportunity? No, they got caught out. And Jax will give his team a lead.
They have a lead here. It's a game still of opportunities that maybe have gone awry, but for Jax and Ness, they've had far more of it. That's their 9th shot of the game so far. Venom and Yeti have only had 3. They have definitely been outplayed this game. And we're seeing a little bit more of the, I think, strong defensive holding that we need to see from these players. As Jax maybe got himself a bit tied up there. Yeti trying to find Venom. It's led by Ness, and Jax will get the clear. Venom's gonna be careful here. Jax has got boost. In fact, he's going for both corners. Will leave Venom on nothing, and then turn for the challenge. Still his ball. It's Yeti who's gotta be careful here. Oh, he will get away with it. In fact, they've just completely given it away. It's far too easy for Yeti. Where on earth was Ness?
I mean, they've got to be so careful. It was just a really awkward dive in the corner. And Yeti just took advantage, pushed it downfield, got the follow. And this game is tied at 2-all. After multiple momentum changes, if Yeti's able to compose his car here, not really. He had the opportunities. Actually, Venom will give his team the lead off the kickoff. It was so incredibly awkward. Yeti did just enough to force Ness into the corner, and Venom with a tight angle shot into the top right.
That's so tough to do, but that's one of the things you like to see on off a kickoff is the not leaving the ball. I think a lot of players want to leave the ball immediately, go for boost, make themselves feel comfortable. There's something to be said about a player who's confident enough to just stay on the ball and say he's going to do this again.
Oh, wow.
It's 4-2. Oh, it's saved. It's in from Venom. Yeti again just off the kickoff, not leaving. It's, again, so easy, so tempting to just leave the play and go for the boost. But Yeti, he knows an opportunity's there, and he just forces it out and allows Venom, who does have the boost, to come in and clean up.
My goodness, it has just been another momentum change again, and this time against the direction of Jackson Ness. No boost Yeti doesn't exactly terrify the thought of Yeti and Venom, or Ness and Jax, excuse me. It should be Ness now. Got Jax on the left, can't really use him. Jax has kind of yet to have his moment, or multiple moments, I should say. And relax, hasn't been able to get great touches. It should be him here though. Over the top of one. Will be pushed away.
Well, Yeti again. Nice pass there. Will only be up to Jax. So at this point, if you are Inspector Gadget, Examine Yeti, all you're trying to do here is just keep ball control. If you can force them to attack you, you're going to just be in such a good position as this is not a good position for Yeti. He's giving the ball away a bit easily here, and Ness on one surely scores from here. He will. Well, it was a lot of pressure on Yeti. He made the one mistake you can't do, which is clear the ball right in front of your nets. And I mean, Venom, I'm surprised he goes to the in and out play there, because I think he could have sat on his goal line, but a tough position for him, and one where Yeti, if he just holds on to the ball, it's a tougher position. It's a really scary position, but he doesn't give it away, and you just can't give the ball away if you are Yeti and Venom, because Ness and Jax, they're going to be going all in on these chances, and we know they're absolutely good enough to find goals from those kind of plays.
Well, there's 15 seconds to go, and they've got to be careful not to continue again. Here goes Jax, trying to cut in the short angle. Ness wanted to jump early. He'll turn on a dime from the corner now. Try to make it happen. Should be a free ball from Yeti. Wants to get a bump. I don't think anyone's going to have the ability to get back down to that. Inspector Gadgets will go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, strong game here. I mean, both teams looked better. We can at least say this was an improvement from game one. A lot better from them. But in terms of the shots, it's actually, you know, Jax and Ness who had more shots that game. They had 13 compared to 8 of Inspector Gadgets, and it was even more one-sided at the middle point of that game. So the fact of the matter here for Jax and Ness is they've got really good players. They're solid players. You said it. Jax is super mechanical. Ness is a really good ones player, so you would expect him to be able to handle himself. Yeah, Venom had a great game though. 3 goals on 5 shots, 5 saves. He was definitely a player that stopped Jax and Ness, and it kind of goes 2 ways here. You said it. One, Venom is insane. The defense was great. 8 saves. They're playing on the back foot for a lot of this game, and they're doing well at it. But on the other side, Jax and Ness, they need to get a little bit more creative here. If it keeps getting saved by Venom and Yeti, you have to start thinking you got to do something different, something new. And he said it. Jax hasn't had his ability to be mechanical this series. He's not been allowed to have that kind of space You got to use those mechanics somehow, some other way, and I need that creativity from Jackson Ness. They're solid players. We need to see that show, because right now it feels like their offense, it's being stopped, but it's also a bit flat. They're not really doing enough to get plays past a Spectre Gadget team that they often do well to remove their boost from.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, you know, Jax's ability to do things on the ball has been dramatically hindered by the fact that he hasn't also put himself in positions to be able to get the ball and be effective with the ball. I mean, there were spots for him. Ness just mess up his flip, and that is an easy shot. It was a really powerful shot. I mean, he had to be careful of the approaching Jax, but easy and well dealt with by Yeti. What a miss.
Yeah, it is. Big miss from Ness, and unlike game one, we're starting to see players realize that you gotta start taking goals from these mistakes. If teams keep making errors like that, you need to be able to score as another kickoff that's gone the wrong way. For being 1v1 players, Jax and Ness have had a tough time with the kickoffs in this series. Yeti has had a great time with them, though. He has been able to consistently win the kickoff against them here. So something to think about is, oh, what a fake! I thought Jax was gonna get beat there. He'll be able to get one through Yeti. Unfortunately, nobody home, and Yeti's going to take a goal back. Well, you like the fake from Jax, but he needed to do more to give time for Ness. He just kind of flung it at the net, and in a position like that, he really would have done better just controlling it, maybe going for 50-50, just not throwing it straight at Zenom where he can clear it away.
Yeah, I mean, just pushed it right on target. That's really all he did, and, you know, it's against the Zenom low boost. It's going to be a double fake, maybe a Spanish attempt by both sides. That one doesn't beat Ness. Didn't really need it to be able to beat Ness. It's just a really another awkward sequence on kickoff for Ness and Jax. It'll be Yeti to control it. Great first touch. We'll get back for the reset, but we can't do too much more. It was rather soft. This will be an opportunity for Jax to be mechanical. In the air, he's getting pre-jumped by Zenom. Oh my goodness, and he has pushed the ball away. Jax had different options to go there. He still put it in a spot where, you know, Zenom was going to be able to take the 50, and in that spot, you have to understand as your first man, as the first man on the ball, you have to be able to do a great job for your second man and put yourself in spots to be able to make plays on the ball for your second man. I mean, you had a second man in the midfield, why not pass the ball there? These are the small decision-making things where it'll be the mechanical players to trust their own ability over, you know, pushing the ball in the midfield or leaving it for a teammate, and that's the small decisions that have been deciding this 2v2 series.
Yeah, it has been. It feels like Jax and Ness are just a group of two players rather than a team of two. It just feels like they're both kind of doing their own thing, kind of have their own goals, their own aims. It doesn't feel like it's a cohesive unit. It just doesn't feel like it's a true team. And, you know, part of that obviously you can point to the fact that they are both ones players, so they're very used to being players who kind of can trust themselves and play for themselves. But in twos, at the top of twos, it doesn't come down to how good you are as a ones player. It comes down to how good you are as a twos player. How good you two work together as a save there from Zenom. Tons of shots though for Jackson Ness. It feels so similar to game 3. The difference though is the quality of shots. One team's doing it better. Yeti, flip reset, couldn't get enough around it. He'll keep the challenge moving, although he probably should have gone back. Zenom will hold on to this. Jax will. Oh, be unable to really get to the ball quickly. He does get the bump. In fact, he gets a bump on both. Where's Ness? Ness didn't have the faith in Jax, and he'll go back to defense.
Well, they've got to find a way to create offense. I mean, they've got basically a 1v1 situation for Jax, but he can't steer his reset on target. There's a great opportunity to move downfield. Now Zenom will have a reset. Jax, great urgency. The first time we've really seen urgency over the past 2 or so games to jump in the midfield, but Ness gets dunked. I mean, fair enough, but Jax was the last back to deal with it fast enough. That could have very easily been a goal. This is going to be a goal. Zenom so incredibly fast. No defensive urgency by Jackson Ness, and this is going to be a 3-0 game.
Yeah, it just looked a bit slow from Jax, and you said it. There was some urgency here from the Inspector Gadgets in this point of the series, and in this point of the game. Every single game, it felt like they've had their backs against the wall. It felt like it's Ness and Jax who have had the control over things, and yet they haven't been able to do anything about it. They just, the quality isn't there, and the teamwork isn't there.
Here they go. 1v1.
Oh, here we go. Oh, what a save.
I don't know. If you're in these spots, you have to be able to try to make something happen. I think it was great defense. I think Jax He tries to fake it into the bottom left corner. What a reset by Jax. Oh my goodness! That one is going to give his team life. Look at this play by Jax off the ceiling. Off the reset. Push off the ceiling, got the reset, then got the quick flip to get past Yeti. That's what they've been lacking all series. The solo playability, the mechanical ability. Finally, they have gotten it.
Yeah, and they need it too. There's not a lot of time left. Oh, it's another kickoff. Oh, it goes wide. Yeti should have really put that one in. He's been dominant on kickoffs so far. Bump on Zenom. Second bump on Zenom. It's Ness. Oh, he needed more on that. An awful shot on what was such a good sequence. Now here goes Yeti to a pass. It won't find the net there. Nesu will need to step up here and help out. Flip reset. Double flip reset. Missed on target. Save from Zenom. Here goes Jax. He's got a score from here. Saved away. He won't get enough on it. It's Ness. Wide. It was an open net for Ness. And for a player who has been so clinical at once in hitting the open net, in a terrible time to miss the target. He's had that happen a couple of times this series. You wonder if he just doesn't have his shooting boots on. And now they repeat. Oh, a calamity from the 1v1 team. Zenom. I mean, there's just no reason he should be winning this challenge. It's 4-1 here, and you imagine with the sequence that we've just seen, with all that's been happening this series, that might just put this match to bed.
I don't know. It just came from the sequence of chalked up open nets that Ness and Jax had. I mean, Jax had a couple of open nets. Ness set a play up beautifully to get an open net done, and Jax wanted the reset double, and you know, not so sure why he continued to arrow, but because he arrowed like an extra, you know, circle around the ball, he just never recovered it enough, never got back around the ball enough to get the reset, and then chalked the open net. The Ness had a wider open net, and you know, just pushed it off the post. Just sequence after sequence after sequence. They had opportunities. I mean, they've shown that they can create the chances, just haven't had the finishing ability. But that's gonna be the game. It's been Yeti and Zenom, a display of composure in just basic Rocket League skill of the highest order. Inspector Gadgets win 3 games to love.
Yeah, it was a solid game from Yeti and from Zenom, but really a lot of it came down to just Ness and Jax. They had the control in this series, but you said it, composure was really the big thing here for Inspector Gadgets. They had that composure, whereas when the time came, Ness and Jax didn't. They missed the net far too many times. They had too many chances where they made the wrong play, made the wrong choice, and ultimately, decision-wise, well, it was a pretty decisive victory here for one team over the other. Just, as you said, being calm, being able to take your plays, and being able to be able to make the consistent, correct decisions, or at least the right decisions on play, and not panic. That's what we saw here from Yeti and from Zenom, and they showed that here against a Jax and Ness team that just never really felt like they could ever fit together. I had my concerns at the start of this series if those two 1v1 players would be able to work together, and well, I think they can, but today they didn't show it.
Yeah, I mean, they have had opportunities to go in and be good, and you know, Yeti was a last-second replacement, and my thought was, how good is it going to be with him coming in at this last minute, maybe not as warmed up, maybe pulling him out of ranks too. I mean, all these players coming out of ranks just now, and they just proved to be a lot better. And you know, Jackson Ness still extremely young, still ways to go in terms of their Rocket League skill, but the lack of experience, I think, kind of showing a little bit. I think Zenom and Yeti did a great job of being able to remain composed. I mean, they just did a good job, to be honest, just making the less mistakes, because that's all that this series was about. I mean, you saw the way game 1 was going to be, and the entire thought process, I think, from both sides was going to be like, can we make the least amount of mistakes and, you know, not allow the game to open up in the other team's favor. And Inspector Gadgets just did a great job, not only with that, but being able to have great off-the-ball play as well. Use each other as well. Passing lanes opened up. They have done such a great job. So big ups to them, and big ups to Ness and Jax for playing. But Inspector Gadgets, they take the win. 3 games to love.
Yeah, they did. You said it. A sweep as well. A second series done. There's 3 more to go. So we're nearing the halfway point of today. Yeah, can you believe we're not even halfway done. There's still a whole lot more action to go. Up next is the only 3v3 match of the day, and full of a bunch of players that have made top 16, that are well, that have been well and have made good performances. Seek, Kevin, Fade, Pigeon, Plexi, and Beastie all featured. We'll be back very soon with the 3v3 action.
Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn but I remain steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we
Welcome back to the action, the NTX Esports Showmatch Saturday. We've got the midpoint of this stream, the midpoint of this action, and is the only 3v3 show match of the day. So, an interesting point to make a note of that this is the only 3v3 match, 3v3 being the competitive mode of Rocket League tournaments, 2v2 being the competitive mode of ranked that these players are often in. We've got 3-piece nuggets and 3 dudes. Up next, it'll be Seek, Kevin, and Fade versus Pigeon, Plexi, and Beastie. A pretty interesting match of players. All of these people have made top 16 at least once before. Some of them have even made top 8 as well. So, kind of a fun mix of people who all are kind of in that same position of kind of being within the top 16, kind of not necessarily consistent top 8, but wanting to push towards that top 8. Will be very fun to see how this match goes, especially considering it's a completely different game mode. So, we're going to see a completely different set of skills really show out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you check out this 3-piece Nuggets team. We saw Plexi on this NTX team. Plexi had such a storied career. He made 2 or 3 top 16s last year. Didn't have a great season this year with SBC. I mean, there were a lot of, different opinions about the SBC roster. After he left SBC, he went and joined NTX. And, then eliminated said SBC team to make his first RLCS level top 8 and in the North American LCQ. Pigeon made a top 8 with Silence with 11 Resinal, and he made a whole bunch of round 5s last year, made a couple of main events, maybe 3 main events, which is so interesting because Plexi or Pigeon, even with the Silence roster, made a main event this season without scrimming the week of the tournament, and it was raw talent that carried them there. BC ended the season off with Spacebound Cowboys as he made a top 12 in the North American LCQ. They had a couple of round 5 setting off the season. Seek on the other side, he made top 12 with Poyo. His teammate Kevin made a top 16 in Regional 6, I believe, and then had a pretty great tournament with Drewy and Solar, who we're going to see later today. Solar to make the LCQ top 12, where they ended up losing to the very, very now famed Blitz Gyro team that had a great day today. And then of course on the other side, on this side, you've still got Fade, who made his first Rocket League professional caliber top 16 main event when he made top 8 in this LCQ alongside Plexi and Dap. So every single one of these players has main level experience. So this is probably going to be our most high level match of the day. It could end up being the closest match of the day, but this has been absolutely incredible, I think, to get the show match set up. So I can't wait to see where it goes.
That is. We had a quick disconnect there. Actually, it's not even a disconnect. We just got told that the lobby was incorrect. So, Nick NCS, our producer, I rarely get this chance to flame him, so I'm going to do it here on stream as well. He forgot that this is a 3v3 match, not a 2v2 one. So we'll get this lobby set up in just a moment. Everybody in chat, tell Nick NCS how much you love him. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear. Oh, by the way, you're talking about birthdays, Mel. Nick had his birthday only a few days ago. Yes. So everybody in chat, if you don't know, I say happy birthday to Nick. He is now officially old.
Officially, I think it was officially like 10 years ago, but it's all right.
Oh, jeez, okay. Jeez, all right. I was trying to be a little nicer for once. Okay, then, Nick, just take note. I wasn't the one who was mean to you this time.
No, it was sporty, you know. Big ups. Happy birthday to Nick. I've worked with him, Nick, since I was 13 years old. I'm 18 now, so I've been around Nick for an insane amount of time, and he has turned into easily the best non-RLCS producer, I think, between both North America and Europe. He's an amazing production. Also, I'm not allowed to be mean to my producers. Last time I was mean to my producers, Haza like erased my name and then spelt it wrong. Raids erased my camera. Little Joe just erased the stream. Like, I'm not allowed to be mean to my producer. So you know what? Lucky you. You don't get retaliation. Maybe not, unless Nick feels inspired to.
Knowing Nick, what he would do is he whenever it becomes my birthday stream, he's just going to he's just going to pretend as if he fell asleep and not show up at all. Either that or he's going to make an entirely new broadcast that just points fun at me. So, one way or the other. Just the thing about Nick is that he doesn't do it on the stream off. He usually like waits a couple months to do it. So give him a little bit of time. I'm sure he'll find retaliation eventually. But we have officially started. We are in the correct game mode here. And again, it's 3-piece Nuggets on the blue, Beastie, Plexi, Pigeon, Kevin, Fade, and Seek on the orange of the 3 dudes. And as you said, this is going to be, in theory, the highest level match of the day. And again, what's interesting about this matchup here, again, it's 3v3, not 2v2. So different strengths are going to be shown, and likely you're going to see these players play a lot of how they would want to play in RLCS, considering that is also 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you're watching, if you want to see the level of these players, this is essentially a rank X 6-man's lobby right here. This is super high level. This is your next generation of North America. Most of these players still being very young, and some of these players, just getting their peaks in their careers and are only growing in terms of their careers. Fade, what a catch, trying to make it happen. And I think probably the least experienced person in this entire lobby is probably Fade, and he just made an LCQ top 8. So regardless, I mean, experience does matter to a certain amount, but when you have it, you got it, and these players most definitely have it.
Yeah, you're right about that, about how, once you get that experience, you can never really lose it here. I was also going to talk about Seek, being a player with little experience. He's a really good bubble player, but he's only just recently broken in. Unfortunately, he's broken into the wrong side of the field here. It's going to be Plexi with a good one who's with Seek, who really just played a little too aggressively there. Tried to catch Plexi off guard and didn't get it. And you talk about an experience. I can tell you for a fact the Split Piece Nuggets team definitely has more of it. All of these players have at least had a year of experience. I mean, Pigeon and Plexi were solid players even last season. So the experience is going to favor Split Piece Nuggets. We'll see how. Yeah, you're right as well. And a season before that as well. And again, the one thing I would wonder as well is how does 3 dudes kind of close that gap? How do they remove that experience, that experience in being in kind of stream matches like these away? Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. Plexi might have a reset here. We'll control it and reset it into the top shelf. 3-piece Nuggets take a 2-goal lead. Well, that's a beautiful flip reset from Plexi. And, the thing about 3v3 is that you don't nearly have the same amount of time to be able to do what you want to do with the ball. So a lot of what you need to do needs to be quick and needs to be decisive. And you can't exactly kind of take your time like you do in 2s in so many situations. And Plexi there, he knew that, I mean, the both players did give him room. So he knew he had a little bit of time, but not a lot of it. But still, like, quality play. You get a lot less space in 3s than you do in 2s. And that means what you do with that space really matters. It's not nearly the same feeling. You don't get nearly the same amount of respect necessarily, and with the little bit of space you have, you got to make that count. So in matchups like these, it's not necessarily the most mechanical players that are gonna win out. It's the players who know how to play well even under constant pressure. And here they go again. It'll be free ball for Kevin. He had a turn. He's got no help in the midfield here. 3 dudes, they really haven't been able to rotate around each other pretty good to start the game. There were a couple of opportunities, like on that first goal. Seek cheated a little bit way too far for 3rd man. And then got cut out from the full field. Here goes Pigeon. Beats out one off the backboard to go. Maybe it should be a free ball for BC, who just barely misses the top corner. Should be an easy transition for Kevin as he'll pop this one high with Seek running in front, looking for demos. Kevin might want to turn again. He's going to have some help. Decides to call it off. Seek now, after delaying some time, wants to enter the play. Pigeon trying to get the redirect. At least, the very least, tries to fake Kevin out. But Kevin probably
the most composed in the lobby, not gonna get faked out.
No fakes here, and yeah, Kevin's gonna be a fun player to look at here. And I think another thing to talk about here in terms of experience also just comes down to competitive 3v3 experience. Some of these players play a lot more 3v3 tournaments than others. I'm looking at like people like Pigeon, like Kevin, and like Fade, who all oftentimes take part in a lot of the 3v3 weekly tournaments that happen. There's a ton of different organizers that do those kind of events, and all three of those players I know have experience in those kind of tournaments. So I wonder if that's gonna have some sort of an effect on this as well, because I've seen all of them. They've played in 3v3 tournaments, they've played in these kind of weekly events as well. And they have a lot of experience in 3v3 competitive just events, where some of the other players don't. They don't necessarily play in those kind of events. So there's that kind of experience as well that comes into this. That might help Kevin and Fade, and Fade maybe help them kind of close the gap between RLCS experience and just 3v3 experience in general.
Yeah, I like that touch from Seek, trying to control it, gets it over the top of one. Pigeon trying to enter the play. It should be a free ball for Kevin, or free 50 rather. While he goes with the easy beat on BC. Fade wanting the double tap. He gets beat. BC should have a free ball. Can only be directed on target. That's what he's going to do. He's going to make it 3-0.
Well, that is a textbook perfect clear from Pigeon. I mean, just what can you do about that? Well, Seek probably could have been on the mid line there. I think he pushed up a bit high again, but that is an incredible clear from Pigeon, one that is so tough to expect. And Seek probably could have done better on that play, but it's still a really incredible clear from Pigeon as well, and one where Beastie just knew that that ball was going to go right to him, and he had a net to look at.
Here they go, Plexi pushing that ball away. It's going to be three-piece Nuggets with a superior advantage in this game. I think they just played all around each other a lot better. I think the three players on three-piece Nuggets, I mean, dare I say, it's not the most fair matchup, to be honest. I will say that three players on three-piece Nuggets most definitely significantly more experienced at the RLCS level than the 3-on-3 dudes. But this is going to be a great showing of character from the players of three dudes. Are they able to turn this around in their favor? Are they able to find a way to make it work? But regardless, it's three-piece Nuggets that enter game one of the NTX show matches and show a lovely display of skill, as three-piece Nuggets will take it. Three-piece Nuggets 3. It'll be 3 dudes 0.
Yeah, it is. Strong performance from three-piece Nuggets. You said it. It feels like a match where the three dudes are going to be at the disadvantage, just in terms of experience, in terms of the level that they can play at here. We just need to see what they can show. As you said, it's going to be a true test of their character. I think even though he's the highest on the leaderboard for this team, I felt like this is a game where Seek made just a few poor decisions. I mean, 2 of those goals came on him kind of overcommitting and maybe not recognizing the play in front of him here. So I'm going to love to see that from Seek. And I want to see some leadership from Kevin. I want to see Kevin be a leader, because on this dude's team, he's clearly the most experienced. He's had a pretty fun season with himself on Next to New Esports. So Kevin's going to be that leadership player. He needs to be kind of that leader, that player where the play kind of runs through him. If he can't do that, three dudes, they're going to struggle to be able to match with the level that three-piece Nuggets give to them.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, if you're able to talk to him, you'll be able to see he is easily the leader and easily the most composed on every single one of the teams that he's ever been on, dating back to the Chile Fabso team back in 2024 or the beginning of 25. I mean, he has always had that quality about him where he's always calm and he's talking. He's got a great, unique view of the game and an amazing confidence within himself and what he's able to do on and off the ball and what he's able to bring to a team. So definitely he's going to be the one that's going to be chatting the most about what this team needs to do, what their team needs to do in this show match, and what's effectively in a way a glorified 6-man's lobby right here, mattering a whole lot more.
You said it as well. I mean, unlike a lot of 6-man's lobbies, this one is streamed, so there is a lot to play for, a lot that you would hope for, and a lot that you want to get out of it here. The one thing that really was nice out of three-piece Nuggets from that game was the fact that it was a shutout as well. They didn't give up a goal. They gave chances to three dudes, but not a lot of great chances, and definitely not chances that three dudes could really counter on. So I think one of the things they're going to look into do in this game is to keep that going. They keep that shutout going as long as they possibly can. Essentially, wear out three dudes. There's a bit of a miss there from Kevin. Will be Fade to play it out to Seek. Beastie jumping in. Lexi in behind. And the confidence of VP Nuggets definitely on display. Anytime they're upfield, there's always at least 2 players on offense, whereas for Dudes, so often we see maybe only 1 player being the main aggressor, the attacker in a lot of offensive opportunities. As a corner pinch, is that in? Oh, it is in! Pigeon just takes it himself, and I never thought I'd be able to say it today, but we gotta go with the catchphrase here, because Kevin and 3 Dudes just got pigeoned.
Wow, I haven't heard that in a while. I was waiting for it. Pigeon's always going to be the X Factor. In every lobby he's in, he is the X Factor. If you know about him, he is so mechanical, so incredibly, you know, composed. He's got the best RLCS result out of anyone in the entire lobby. Top 8 in a North American main event. Multiple top 16s. Fade, making a top 8 in LCQ. Puts it bar down and in, and gives 3 Dudes their first goal of the series.
Well, they're not going to let this one stay for too long. 3 Dudes, they needed offense. They needed a goal, any goal. Fade with the one to put it in. You said it, maybe the least experienced of the 6 players in this lobby. This won't be his last time here today. In fact, he's going to be teaming with Kevin again in match 5, so we'll get to see more of him later. Oh, that probably should have gone in. A great-looking pass from Kevin, who really is trying to step up. You're talking about pitching being the X Factor. He feels like Kevin is trying to be the X Factor for his team, trying to be that player that is just facilitating the play. If Fade and Seek can trust him, expect more goals off of plays that Kevin makes.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, you know, by no means does he have your traditional mechanics, but the mechanics that matter in this modern era are your compy mechanics. What are you able to do off the first touch? Can you control your first touch? What a pass and from BC! What a play from the corner! BC gives his team the lead.
Oh, it's just so smart from Plexi. Not only does he read the play from Seek well, but just that pass, it's a deft touch right to him. An open room. That is, he makes it look easy too, which is what is impressive, because that is anything but an easy touch from that position. It's so easy to overhit that and have it fly right over him. So a smart play from Plexi, who himself wasn't exactly quiet in game 1 either about with his performance. So we're just seeing everybody, it feels like, on VP's Nuggets have their moment in the limelight, have their moment to stand up. I think a lot of teams, when they see one player play really well, they want to stand up, they want to be there too. Well, you're actually getting to see that here is Seek. Oh, just not a good play there. We'll be right to Pigeon. And, well, right to the halfway point of this game, you would imagine. Pigeon's going to just slow this one down, and VP's Nuggets, so they don't get away with it. Beastie will hold, and Fade's going to shoot. Fade! Oh, he just needed more on it. Well recovered by Plexi, but you imagine Fade would want that chance again. Kevin will get it. Tied at 2.
It was an amazing sequence from Kevin. He was the one to drive the ball all the way downfield into the corner to allow Faith to take the shot. Then Seek pushed it off the backboard. Just terrible positioning from the 3-piece Nuggets players. And Kevin, the ability to be fast, rotate right back into the play, not give up after the miss, to push that one into the back of the net 2-all.
Half the game still to play, a little under half the game now to still to play, and a whole lot more competitive here. We're seeing some life from the 3 Dudes in a game where you feel like they were desperate to get a win and put them back in this series. Will be Beastie sent back by Fade. He'll go right for the midfield. It's on the line. Oh, it's out. It stays out. Plexi holds it out of the net there. A long pinch that just doesn't hit the target. It was that close to being a lead for the 3 Dudes. And I would imagine their first lead of the series as well. Plexi to Beastie. He's got everybody up. He's got a foot to the back wall. Straight to Fade. Played out to Pigeon. He's already got 1 shocking goal this game. He'll look for another play to surprise us. Play players all waiting. Nothing there to work with. Seek to clear. And a lot of openness right now in that midfield. You're seeing a whole lot less control. Just a lot more of open midfield play. Open midfield challenges. The space is there. Fade is there. Drops it in. It's 3-2.
Well, this is what happens when the game opens up. Pitch with a really awkward challenge. Plexi with no chance on the double tap. Fade as fast as a lightning strike on the Eiffel Tower to beat Pigeon to that challenge and get the double tap down. 3 Dudes. They needed something. It was going to be a game where they needed to show character. They lost the first game dramatically. And, you know, in terrible fashion, they went down early in this game in two different places. They were down 0-1 and then 2-1, and all of a sudden they have had a couple of amazing midfield and offensive sequences to push them back in. BC shot, BC into the bottom right and ties it up.
It Everybody is looking to get goals at some point. The only ones that haven't scored this game are Plexi and Seek. Three-piece Nuggets still in it. Match point could be in their hands with one more goal.
What's gonna happen next? That's the question. Here they go, off the kickoff. Seek trying to make it happen. He had a pretty hard first game, but since then he's been incredible. Here they go, Kevin, awkward 50, Pigeon. It'll drop interestingly for Kevin. You might want to stay with it. I mean, it's a really awkward child vibe. Plexi had to go low to play the 50. Plexi's playing with Scythe right after this in the 2v2. Here goes BC around the corner. Infield he goes. Fade. Can take this to the wall. Will he? With 50 boost. Has Kevin pre-jumping him. Infield meeting him. Seek. Does he want to go fast? He's going to have to take his time, but not too much time. He almost got beat. Now Pigeon has to be careful of the 50 win. Fade. Dunk off the backboard. Kevin's up fast. He gets beat. Fade still in the play, but Plexi has to peel out of the back line and get the save.
He may not have any goals this game. He's only been given 2 saves. I feel like he's had more than that. Plexi has been a savior on the defensive side for three-piece Nuggets. Cleared away. Beastie again. Will find Pigeon. One last chance in regulation, and this is the guy you want on it. Pigeon denied. Everybody in. And the three dudes will not let him have room. They were not looking to let Pigeon do it again. And we head to overtime in this 3v3 battle. Game 1. Compared to this, a snooze fest. We've had goals aplenty so far, and still, somebody needs to be the difference maker.
Yeah, someone has to be it, and it might be this guy. He's the guy that got them their 2-goal lead. The ceiling pitch off the backboard. Tried to make it happen. Tried to make everything happen for this team. He's been unbelievable. Fade off the backboard, wanting to bump as well. Had no immediate follow. It didn't matter. Plexi off the backboard. Kevin had to save the day after the fade miss. It'll be Fade now to try to make it happen. Seek, Kevin, excuse me, trying to push the ball downfield. Fade actually is going to play for the boost, allow Plexi to just kind of beat him. He does give the ball away. Great play by Fade, understanding that's what was going to happen. Here he goes again. Pigeon might turn it from the right wall. Relinquishes possession. Here goes a pass to Seek on target, but Pigeon pushes it away.
Yeah, a little scary moment there for Pigeon. It's one you expect him to make, but that net was open for a moment. The shot was just a little bit stronger. Maybe we're talking about the overtime being done with right there. Plexi again to one-on play. He's gonna have nothing on it. A poor second touch that will be easily given away to Kevin. Now Seek, Beastie towards the net. It's easily held by Kevin. Fade's there as well. Double commit. It's Pigeon with the clear. He's taking the boost as well.
Fade pre-jumped.
You're gonna need to slow the time. Fade with a really well-made pre-jump. And Beastie, who looks a little bit out of sorts right now in the midfield. He'll leave it back for Plexi. A really scary moment there because Beastie doesn't know who's going to challenge him on that position. But no one did. All three dudes did was watch. They didn't have the ability to challenge. And we'll see offense the other way.
Kevin is just a great third man. Every single time he's had to make defensive reads on the back line with him in a 2v1 scenario. With his teammate just missing the ball. Reset. Double set for Pigeon into the bottom corner. Denied. Here goes BC. Stealing pinch. It cannot be understated how much three dudes need this game. Down by 1 in the series. Already had momentum not in their favor. Pushed it but conceded a goal late. Here goes Pigeon. Reset. Pigeon to the top lane. You have been Pigeon once again.
He is a superhero. I'm serious. It's just out of nowhere. Takes it on himself. And you can never exactly be too confident when you've got Pigeon playing on the other side of the field. He has these moments of pure madness, and he ends with one there. He started with one in game 2. He had now one here at the end of this overtime. Pigeon has had some insanity moments here. Both of his goals, absolute screamers. And that isn't even talking about the defense this game here. He had 4 saves, 4 of his team's 7.
What a game. What a start to the series. This guy's been unbelievable. I mean, Pigeon and Kevin, both are probably the most impactful players for their teams in the game. Both over 800 points. I mean, look at what this guy Pigeon's able to do. I mean, Kevin had to make a lot of defensive moves off the back line. Kevin had 6 big saves. He's an amazing third man. He had to play last back a lot of times and try to keep them from being scored on. But what can you do when Pigeon is like double resetting on your head, wearing the defense down? Well, you've got, BC up in front of the play, taking your boost, trying to get demos, trying to keep you jumpy, making you jump early, thinking you're gonna get bumped. Every single play is something completely different out of this, you know, Pigeon roster that it's been so hard to read and insane in general. What a sequence! What a play!
What a game
For NTX. I mean, what a tournament. Oh, what a day so far. Showmatch day for NTX in general. Pigeon, BC, and Plexi does not feel like a game that should be for them up 2-0, to be honest, with how close that last game was. But they earned it. And that's what's going to happen when you give up things in your midfield.
I like that you mentioned about Pigeon, but the big, I think, difference this game, you know, Pigeon has been occupied with Kevin for a lot of this series. Kevin and Pigeon have been kind of in their own battle. It comes down to then the players behind those two. You know, those two are going to be popping up. It comes down to the support behind them to see kind of how the difference is going to be made here. And that was a game where defensively you saw a difference. Offensively you saw a difference. It wasn't much. Like Seek and Fade played a really good game. Against a lot of other teams, they'd get that win. But you just saw an incredibly strong performance from Plexi, who sort of took that more defensive role, the role of breaking the passes. Beastie, who was clinical on his shooting, had 2 goals that game. But what really separated them was the defense from Plexi, I think. You know, Pigeon may have had his saves. Plexi bailed his team out in a couple moments. I mean, even in that overtime, there was a moment where you thought surely they'd score. And yeah, it was Plexi who was somehow able to slow the play down, give his team time to recover, get some boost, and then help him with the clear. So Plexi has been, I think, a bit of a sleeper player this series. He has looked really good defensively, and he's been able to bail his team out in so many plays where a goal you think should come.
I mean, in general, he's really solid. You see why he's been able to make so many top 6 teams and so many runs and has been rated so highly in the NA bubble for so long. They're relatively young. Just wants it more sometimes. Here's Plexi. Should be him now from the corner wall back out in the midfield. Should be Seek on the counter. He's going to want the wall. Actually, Fade is going to want the ball from the backboard. I'm not so sure I like that call off by Fade. It would have been a free ball for them regardless. He's just kind of giving it away.
Midfield play. Oh, this is looking scary, but not enough there for Beastie. Still, he lops it up. Seek's got to be careful here. Pigeon will beat him to the play, but not get the shot on target. Fade. Reset. Oh, it's to Kevin, who needed more on that shot. I think he was trying to catch them jumping early. Won't really work well as here goes Beastie again. Lovely play. If Plexi had been there, it would have been a beautiful looking pass. Instead, he'll play the 50. Fade wins it. Fade should be able to score from here.
Can you
he
recover?
works.
Oh!
It's a great recovery from Beastie, and here goes Pigeon. 1-on-2. Waiting on move. Kevin, who stands tall. His defense has saved his team a couple times, and there's another example.
Oh, Plexi will hook it around the corner and then into the top shelf. We're seeing Kevin once again to be aware he's on the backboard this time. This one perfectly into the top left corner to give his team a lead.
I wonder if he called him off there. Beast, he must have called him off. Beastie would have had a shot as well in that position. Just great communication between each other. And it's one of those. They're not in comms if I'm not right. They're not in comms.
No, they're all in comms now.
They're in comms.
Just
Okay.
for the threes one. Just for the threes.
Yeah, that's perfect communication. Oh, that's a great kickoff play. Kevin trying to single-handedly put his team back in this play. He had a goal and assist last game. His offense, well, not the strong point of last game, or the stronger point of the last game, was still incredibly consistent. So he gets one off the kickoff. And, you know, we're going to see more of this from Kevin. I think he's going to have to kind of take this game into his own hands, kind of take it by the horns. Seek and Fade have played well, but you can tell they're really looking up to Kevin to be the one to allow this team to be successful.
Yeah, and I mean, Kevin has done so incredibly much. I can not understate how much Kevin's meant to almost every sequence for 3 dudes. And it can't always be Kevin, but it might be right now. Extra touch to the top corner. I mean, in between that goal from the kickoff, Kevin has got to tell his team to relax, stop being so jumpy. You've got to be careful. Have to put a hand up in the midfield. Here goes Kevin again. In the air, reset. No more boosts to work with. He needs something. He's got nobody. He doesn't need anybody else. This is a fake for himself. He's going to put it into the back of the net with virtually no boost here. Unbelievable.
It's a great shot, but I'm surprised that Beastie or Plexi, one of them just doesn't go for that. I mean, there's no one really behind Kevin in that position, so the fact they don't go for it really surprises me. But again, it's Kevin who's kind of just taking it into his own hands. And look, if it works, I don't think you're going to be complaining too much if you're Fade and Seek. But at this point, because Kevin's done as much as he has, we need to see Fade and Seek find their own standard, their own success in this series. It's going to be really tough to consistently rely on Kevin this much. He can be a centerpiece. He can be a keystone for this team, but you need those bricks around him. Miss there.
Oh, you
Open
can't
for
miss that.
Plexi. A big whiff and a tie game at 2.
Oh, this is a speedy redirect from BC off the backboard. C just had no clue how to read it. Fade backed away from the play. Kevin was completely out of it. You need to find a way to put a hand on the ball in that scenario. But what a read by BC to give his team back. It gets his team back in the game.
Yeah, BC has been I think the least talked about player of the 3 on three-piece Nuggets. But he's looked so good. He has really just been so good. It's not even because of him that he's been the least talked about. It's just been because we've seen so many heroic plays from Pigeon and Plexi. They've been the much more romanticized, I would say, players in this series. And for Beastie, he's still been clinical. He's done a lot of the dirty work for this team, and a lot of the simple, and a lot of the, I wouldn't even say simple stuff. He's just done a lot of the plays that he needs to get done. He's done it well. He's done his job. And this game, once again, even late. Great save from
Kevin's
Plexi.
banging the ball downfield there, and you've got 2 players downfield with 50 boosts or more, someone's got to either make a play on the ball or get the bump. This should be an open at double tap. This is amazing play right here. You have to be able to take advantage of the resources taken. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but if you're in this scenario and you've got 2 players downfield, someone's got to make a play. That was a perfect setup for someone to take anything. And no one went for the ball. You have to be able to take control. Seek, big double tap, 3 dudes take a lead.
And they need this win. I mean, the series is against them right now. And Kevin looking for one more. Oh, it's well read by Pigeon, who I thought he was going to get absolutely destroyed out there by Kevin. He was going right for him. And it's well read and a really difficult save. I mean, there's no understating just how tough it is to not only avoid the bump, but get the save on the end of that as a demo here. Fade to Kevin. Oh, he doesn't get the touch on it. He may not need it, though. It's Seek to the goal to ice it. It is kept up by Pigeon. Bouncing ball. Kevin will ground it here. And the 3 dudes stay alive to fight another day.
Well, it was almost disaster toward the end of that game for 3 dudes. I think they allowed 3-piece Nugget to enter the play and enter the game, and when you score as many goals as they did, the game ends up opening up, and you really don't always have the ability to control what happens in games like this once the game opens up. Kevin's been so good for this team. Fade and Seek have had their moments where they've been really good. I think Seek's level has raised significantly. I think Plexi and BC in that game were so incredibly clutch for this team. So 3-piece Nuggets, awkward game for them, but 3 dudes finally get on the board in a game and in place where they needed it the most.
We know Kevin can be consistent with the way that he's been playing, but we need to see the consistency from Seek and from Fade here. And particularly Fade, I feel like, has been surprisingly lackluster in this one. It's one where we need to see that consistency from them, and we need to see a different level of consistency. They're solid players. I mean, everybody in this lobby has had some form of success, but we need to see that consistency shine. We need to see that ability grow. Kevin can do a lot of work for this team. I mean, that's not a question. What he just did is something that he will do consistently. But I want to see more from Fade. I want to see more from Seek, and I want to see them maybe, not maybe less reliant on Kevin, but more reliant on themselves, on being able to make this a 3-headed Hydra, and rather than a team where you're looking at what Kevin can do and then seeing who follows up after him.
Here they go. Oh my goodness, that's so unfortunate. Kevin had no read on it. It just put right up at his head off of a 50. Who was it? It was Seek. Such a loose touch by Seek. And Kevin just no response. There was no time to react, because by the time you're getting ready to press your X button, the ball has gone right past your car, and now they've got to be careful. Fade, this is going to be a great setup for him, but his touch was also too loose. Seek has to defend BC. Great touch from him. He's got to rotate out now. He'll have Kevin underneath. He will use Kevin now. Kevin in the air, doesn't get the reset. No one else knows that. Fade will enter and continue the sequence. 3 dudes need to find some type of offense.
Yeah, you do, and again, you look at Kevin to be the one to make things happen. He's sitting up very high right now. He's trying to get someone to get the ball to him. Won't happen here. He's going to have to go back and help him out a little bit more. Seek taken away by Plexi, and he'll go for Pigeon. It's Plexi to Pigeon to 2-0. What a move from Plexi. It may not be the prettiest of plays, but it is surely effective.
Well, I mean, this is brilliant down from Plexi, and Pigeon, it had just like the deprivation enough of pace. They've deprived the ball of enough pace for 3 dudes to read it effectively. And now they're down by 2. They need to make it happen now. Kevin's getting pre-jumped by Pigeon. Couldn't get it past, but did just enough. Fade gets beat by Plexi. Seek is lost back. Plexi's got one more touch, and Plexi's got a goal.
Well, credit to Plexi. Really well played here, because he knows that Seek doesn't have the net covered. I don't even think Seek knew that Plexi had that much boost, because you wouldn't leave that play if you didn't think Plexi had the boost to recover quickly. But this has been a bit of a masterclass from Plexi, exploiting the space given to him, and he has done a good job in that last play. It's 2 parts. Of course, Seek probably shouldn't have given Plexi that so much space with how much boost he had, but it's also a great play from Plexi to realize that net is vulnerable. He can take it.
Here we go again. Pigeon trying to control and continue to make anything happen. It should be Kevin to cut. They need to get a goal fast. 3 dudes. They just need to make something happen. Seek will play it out to the right corner and bang it back out. It'll be Kevin just pushing it on target, forcing BC up. Terrible recovery. Fade dropping it down. Perfect placement from Fade to put his team back in the game.
Well, it was the major mistake from Beastie. You said it was a bad recovery. He overdid his air roll. We've seen that already once before in this here tonight, but he's overdid his air roll a little bit. He doesn't catch the back wall. Even then, it's not a big mistake. So the fact that Fade gets a goal from it really is just a perfect shot from that position. Everybody was back. And it's one of those plays where ordinarily it wouldn't usually be a big concern, but Fade makes it a big concern. He puts it in, and he's trying to get 3 dudes some way back into this. Bad touch, though. Fade nearly committed a bit too high. Plexi jumps in, and will be Seek one-on-one with Beastie. Unable to get very far. Seek has had a very, very quiet game for a player who's been really good at just doing a lot of the simple things right. This has been a quiet game for him. He has not been successful in being able to get the ball from defense to offense.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to find a way to transition. It might be a time now. Plexi will go extremely fast. Kevin just pushing the ball out. He's going to have to follow this after the really big bang. He will control now, make everything so awkward for 3-piece Nuggets, but touch never really went in his favor. Fade, good win. Second touch never comes. BC will turn fast. Seek never wanted to enter the play. Now Kevin's going to have to defend this 1v2 at a man disadvantage. Here goes Kevin now. Will try to push it downfield. Gives it to Fade. Lands and continues. Seek has to enter somehow, some way. He gets beat off the double from BC that came off the sidewall. It'll be Kevin now. He gets 50'd out. Fade should be able to make it happen. Fade will push the ball downfield. They're going to have to try again.
There seems to be a lot of hesitation from Seek this game. For someone who, again, I think has had a lot of great games, got great performances, this feels like a game where he's hesitated a lot. He's maybe second-guessing what he can do here, and whenever you delay, you put yourself in a worse position than had you not gone. Anytime you go for a challenge, if you delay, you're putting yourself in just a worse position because you're committing, but you're not going to win the ball. Whereas if you go initially, you have a chance to win the ball. If you don't go at all, you at least don't overcommit. So he's putting himself in a position where he's just isn't winning these challenges, isn't making himself a threat on these challenges.
Maybe.
That's a good both blow. Kevin's going to jump in. Well, Fade has made himself a menace here. He has made himself an option, and he has looked incredibly solid. His best game so far. And with 62 seconds left, don't call it a comeback just yet, but 3 dudes only 1 away.
Well, they just needed to make the game interesting, and now the scenarios are infinite. 1-goal game here. They were down by 3. Can they continue this comeback? Can they force an overtime? Can they take it to regulation? They need the ball in their car first. Take it off of Plexi. You can't do that thing. What a save! Last man having to defend the awkward bump bang, and he gets right behind it around the ball to push it away.
Yeah, really well played from Seek. It's Pigeon who's trying to find the redirect. Won't catch it. And here goes Seek the other way. Time running out quickly here for Kevin, Fade, and Seek. It will be Pigeon. Oh, on boost here. Kevin's going to have it all by himself. Double commit now. Pigeon's floating in the air. Beastie will slow it down. Seek just a little too slow on the challenge, and here we go the other way. Pigeon, well read by Seek, who jumps immediately for it. He won't be able to get through Beastie, and still it's delayed. Fade going up. Someone's got to push for this. It's Plexi with space. Kevin to Fade. Fade back down the field. Seek's gone. They'll need to go on their own. Kevin will keep it up, but time's run out. Seek keeps it in the air. Maybe one last chance. He gets past one. Seek needs to leave it. It's Kevin, and it's straight at Plexi. Pigeon to clear. It's away. The ball will stay up with Seek for a little moment longer. Here we go again. They already had one chance. They'll get another one. Seek. Oh, he missed it. Kevin wasn't on the same page, and that'll end the series.
They needed to make it happen. They had the opportunity at 0 seconds to get the pre-jumping Kevin involved, but the reset just had a little bit too much pop on it for it to be effective. So 3-piece Nuggets will take the series. 3 games to love. What a series. My goodness.
Well, you forgot about the one game that the three dudes did win. It's 3 games to 1, but look, when you have a long overtime, I think you just kind of forget about how long the series has really been. So I don't blame you. It definitely felt like a series that took its time to really get decided here. And you got to say, Experience won this matchup. The 3-piece Nuggets. Experience absolutely won them this matchup. By the end of the series, I think three dudes got a bit more nervous, a bit more panicked at times, and a bit more, I would say, a little bit more delayed, a little bit more of a second guessing into challenges. You saw the confidence from 3-piece Nuggets. They're used to this kind of pressure. They're used to this kind of situation a lot more than the 3 dudes are. So Experience, I think, won this matchup. But 3 dudes, what a performance from Kevin. He really stood out from that team, and he had great performance. I think everybody on 3-piece Nuggets had their moment to shine. For 3 dudes, Kevin really did try to take this game into his hands, and he made it far closer than it maybe should have been.
Yeah, and I think Kevin is a big reminder that, your modern mechanics don't always decide a series. He is so incredibly fast. He's got the ability to start a play, stop a play, make it go faster, make it go slower. This is kind of what he did. Fade had a really good end of the series. Seek had a good middle of the series. Great job from Kevin. So big ups to 3 dudes coming in and playing this 3-piece Nuggets. Also, big congratulations to them. We're going to see Plexi in a couple minutes time. The next match up to go is Jer Bear and Pigeon, who we just saw, versus Scythe, who we saw earlier, and Plexi, who just won this now. We're gonna go to that as it ends here, as this match ends on NTX. It is Pigeon, Plexi, and Beastie 3. Seek, Kevin, and Fade 1. We'll see you in a little bit.
생각해 또 나도 몰라 what did I do so wrong 다 비슷하게 살아가는데 꿈은 이뤄지는 게 아니라 꾸는 거라 생각하며 살아왔지 아무것도 아닌 나에겐 누가 말해줬지 진짜 원하면 언젠간 되지 말만 잘하는 사람이 되기 싫어 진짜 잘해 이제 나도 할래 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래 손을 잡아줘 Sometimes I don't know what to do, am I doing it right? tomorrow. The moment is now. With a heart full of thunder, don't ask why or how. In the ruins of glory, find your ticket to ride. It's a roller coaster, baby. Buckle up for the ride. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the night. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the night. I see you dancing in the dark, through the shadows of the forest, and my heart breaks. Oh, I see you swaying through the trees, your hands dancing in the breeze, but I can't see you no more. By the moonlight, forbidden love, I need you so much. By the moonlight, I can't give you up my forbidden love. By the I feel you pulling me away to a place where I can't stay, and my heart breaks. Oh, I'm haunted by you every night. Your face appears before my eyes, but I can't see you no more. By the moonlight, forbidden love, I need you so much. By the moonlight, I can't give you up my forbidden love. By the moonlight.
chasing the wind. Gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind. Gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Look at you now. You finally did it, finally made your mama proud. Yeah, they doubted, but the fire never drowned. Your haters in the crowd, all eyes on you now. Chasing the wind.
We're back, and we've got a round 4 here. 3v3 match is over. It's only 2v2 from here on out. So if you all missed the 2v2 action, you won't be missing this. We've got 2 more rounds, 2 more 2v2 rounds, and a lot of returning players. At this point, Melekiym, we're coming to the point in the broadcast. We're going to see a lot of the same players here again, and this match is no exception.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really good matchup. I think you've got the 2 TikTok superstars in terms of Pigeon and Jerbear versus Scythe and Plexi. I mean, we saw everyone except for Jerbear here earlier. Scythe made, of course, we talked about him making the top 12 in the LCQ. If you're new to this broadcast and didn't see some of these guys earlier, Scythe made a top 12 in the LCQ, made a bunch of round 5s last season as he teamed with Pigeon and Resino last season on 100x35. They made 5 out of the 6 round 5s. If I'm remembering correctly, in the year 2025, this year, it was a little bit of a harder year for every single one of these players than it has been in years past, except for Jerbear, who has had a whole bunch of round 5s, but his best placement this season was a top 16 in the North American LCQ. We've seen all of these players kind of come up, and Jerbear has, you know, in terms of experience at the highest level, is probably the least experienced, but his level has significantly raised. I mean, we saw the LCQ when he teamed with Polar and Dirtho, and those guys have been absolutely sensational. So this upcoming matchup to go, it is going to be very interesting to see where these 2 teams stand in comparison to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it definitely is, and you won't want to go anywhere after this match either, because after this, it's going to be, again, some more returning players. Fade and Kevin are back. They're taking on Monk and Solar, who I know for a fact, they're really interesting players in Rocket League right now, because they're in that weird position where they're kind of teetering between, like, are they going to be superstars, or are they going to not? So they're kind of these players where you expect them. They're like up-and-coming players who are just making their name known, so that last match is going to be amazing. But for now, you said it, some players who have teetered around that top 16 area. You said it, Jerbear's had a huge improvement. Pigeon's been consistent. He's not been able to break into the top 16 as much as he probably wanted to this season, but he has made a top 8. Scythe and Plexi themselves have made decent runs in the last couple of events as well. So we've just got a great matchup here, and what's really also interesting is, of course, now the momentum these teams have had in here as well. All the players playing here, if I'm not wrong, have won today, so they all have a little bit of positive momentum. They're confident, they're happy, and they're feeling like, you know, they've already got a win behind them. They've already got kind of some win behind their sails. Of course, we'll see later today, you know, Fade and Kevin, who haven't won, and see how they can recover, but they've got some win behind their sails. They've got some momentum to work with here, some momentum to build off of, and they're gonna have to change modes here. Of course, they played 3s. You know, Pigeon played 3s, so did Plexi. They're gonna now need to get into the 2v2 mindset, and it's an interesting match of kind of like mechanics in a way, from like for half these players, and like more of a standard kind of like standard gameplay in another way. So I'm gonna love to see that kind of blend of mechanics and, you know, mechanics extreme and basic, and see kind of what team can be consistent at a higher level with whatever they decide to go for.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely true as well. I think every single player in this lobby is a well-known twos main in Rocket League. Whether it's well known on social media or to the Bubble or Rings community. I mean, you know, Jerbear has been unbelievable at the twos level as he has begun to raise his level over the past couple of seasons. Same thing with Pigeon. I think Pigeon, you know, Pigeon has been in a spot where I think, you know, he can do so incredibly much off of so incredibly little. Like I talked about him earlier, he made a top 16 or 2. He made a top 16 while only having 3 scrims before making top 16, and then he made a top 16 while basically being on no scrims earlier this season, back in the first split. You know, sometimes it could be like, oh, is this a motivational issue or what it could be? It could be a whole bunch of different things, but one thing you can't deny with Pigeon is he's got the mechanical and raw talent to bring his team that level. I think same thing for Plexi. The same thing can be said for Plexi, you know. There are times where I think every single player in this lobby and in this show match will have motivational issues to play the game, to keep going and grinding after a demoralizing result. But regardless of which, you do not lose the class that you have earned from experience. Like you said earlier, you don't really lose that experience once you get the experience. And that's something that all of these players are able to do very, very well. So this is definitely the superior format for these players to showcase what they can do in this 2v2 scenario as we get into this match.
Yeah, we do. Apologies there for the technical issues, but we are here and we are ready to go. Our 4th of 5 matches is underway. It's signature shot on the blue. It's Jerry and Pigeon versus Scythe and Plexi of Gritz on the orange. And you said it, in many ways, the superior mode for these players, the one that they're going to be far more comfortable with, the one that they are known to play as well. All these players are successful in 3s. They've been somewhat successful this season, but it's 2s where they have really gotten their name. As Plexi with quite the start. We have not yet seen a Pogo today until now, and it's Plexi, fresh off of a 3v3 show match win, who will get things going.
Well, that's a nice little plan B from Plexi on the transition counterattack. This is something that he can do every single time he's on the ball. He is going to raise the level significantly. Here we go again. It's going to be Plexi with no boost. Scythe across from him, trying to catch out Jerbear, or Pigeon, excuse me. Should be a free ball for Jerbear, but it's still going to lose touch and allow Scythe to enter the play. Pigeon will be next up. Takes it, controls it really slow. Gets the touch around 1. Did a good job to kind of fake the reset and allow Pigeon to go right by him. Speaking of Pigeon, free reset, double reset, loses control, and can't keep going.
No, it just feels like right now a little bit of a...
jumping this.
Ooh, that was close. I was going to mention, it feels like it's a bit loose. As you said, I like the term you use, loose here. It definitely feels a bit loose for signature shot, but some of these touches are just kind of a bit heavy. They're not able to keep the ball stuck to their car right now. And Saifu, we saw earlier, do really well in being able to beat that first player on offense. He's going to be a real problem here for signature shot, because Saifu's looked solid today in his 2v2 game. He did a really good job at beating the first player to the ball consistently. So we need to see that as Pigeon with a flick, saved away. What a block for Saifu. Kind of threw himself into the net there. He'll challenge it back the other way, and maybe a little bit more control for signature shot, but still, it feels like Scythe just being the difference maker. He wants to be that difference maker, and he's earned that spot too. He has been such a consistent player, and is such a threat. Now they gotta get this one. Another save from Scythe.
I mean, it's just kind of crazy seeing what Pigeon's able to do on the ball. Just so incredibly good in 2s. This is why I love to see myself a lot of 2v plays from Pigeon. He's absolutely unbelievable. It's such an interesting... Oh, what a shot by Plexi. The shot had power. Then Pigeon had the bump attempt threatened by Scythe on the back wall. So he had to be incredibly careful here. Drop down. Jerbear, excuse me. Could not get back up to that one. Gritz up by 2.
And again, it just seems like whenever a player goes for Gritz, it's going to be Scythe who seems to set it up. So it feels like it's going to be very similar to that first series of, can you deny Scythe from being a threat? He's looked so good today, Scythe, and he has consistently been able to beat that first player on the ball. So that's something where you have to imagine, can signature shot slow down Scythe? So far, he's a runaway train. He's just blazing through, and signature shot, if they can, will need to adapt well to what Scythe is bringing, because what he is bringing right now is just pure class.
Yeah, always what he's able to do. Now Plexi did a good job. Pigeon will be in a 1v2. Man advantage. Reset over the top of 1. This is what you're going to expect to see from Plexi. Like we said earlier, 2v2 is just a collection of 1v1s. Every single time Plexi's on the ball in a 1v1 set up from his teammate, he should be expected to take advantage of the play. Exactly what he did right there.
Yeah, great play from Pigeon there. And you mentioned Plexi about being that player who could maybe step up in plays. He maybe could have stepped up there. I know what you're talking about, by the way, with what Pigeon and Plexi can do in their own individual ability. And what's also interesting to talk about, of course, is the fact that these players have already had to play 2s as well this season. Pigeon was teammates with Reznal for the North American 2v2 Open. What a shot from Plexi. The top left corner. Well, we're going to stop talking about Pigeon, because Plexi, he's made amends for his previous, I wouldn't even call it much of a mistake, but a mistake. with a absolutely perfect shot from that position.
That's the second time we've seen him do that. It's always when the shot's going to open up, when the net's going to open up. Every single player in this lobby is capable of taking a striking, deadly, critical shot on net. Pigeon kept it close one of the double tap. The shot from Jerbear, the follow, is going to be a really close save by Scythe. This one comes off of the outside of the crossbar and bounces away. Scythe gets caught out by Pigeon, who doesn't have as much boost as he needs to keep this play going. Pigeon, or Jerbear rather, gets completely beat. It should be a free ball for Pigeon, who's got absolutely no boost and still finds a way to keep Scythe just kind of away from the play. It will be a free ball from Plexi off the backboard, and everyone from Gritz is going to kind of exit. And now Pigeon once again in a 1v1 with no boost. Gets beat by Scythe. Plexi will try the easy double tap. He puts it to the far side, and Plexi puts his team up by 3.
You said it as well. This has to be second nature for players like Plexi. If you're given that much space, you need to put the ball in the goal. Surprisingly, that's not exactly been a shot that's always been scored today, but Plexi, he does well with this one, and it was well covered by signature shot, but again, you expect Plexi to score from there. With, again, as you said, a ones player, someone who's just able to, individually do a lot of things on his own. You would expect a goal from that position, and what a game they've had so far. Interesting enough, Plexi's got all 4 goals this game, and yet you cannot deny that Scythe's been a threat this game. So Scythe, with 2 assists, it's been Plexi with the goals, and it feels like Scythe has found a duo that matched him super well. That was a really good attempt from him, but it feels like Scythe's found another duo that he can just match up well with. I mean, earlier it was Supio, and now it's Plexi, and I mean, Scythe has found another duo that he can mesh with, and you can already tell that chemistry. I don't know how much these guys have played with each other before, but you can just see the natural chemistry between these two and the way that they play.
Yeah, I mean, Plexi and Scythe, they were on a team together to start the season. I got to work with them a little bit. It was on Spacebound Cowboys, and they had a lot of different roster shuffles, Plexi and Scythe. And, they have become incredibly close friends between everything that's happened between them and between the team. And they play an unbelievable amount of teams with each other. Same thing with Scythe and Solar, but Scythe and Plexi, they come out, they have a really dominant game number 1 as they take it Gritz for signature shot 1.
Yeah, just masterclass from Plexi and Scythe, and I'm happy you clarified that because, yeah, I mean, you could clearly tell they have some clear knowledge of each other and how they're supposed to work around the play. Pigeon and Jerbear are going to have a lot of work to do here in this upcoming game. I mean, Jerbear was quiet, Pigeon was desperate, and ultimately it was Plexi and Scythe who just brought in such a level of consistency of I gotta say, beauty into this game that it's going to be very tough to manage. So the chemistry is there, and Pigeon and Jerbear are going to need to do something soon, something desperate, if they are to remove that as a factor, because I'm going to say it right now, this is a desperation game for Pigeon and Jerbear, because that game 1, they really did not stand much of a chance.
Yeah, and it's not like Plexi and Scythe's level is going to drop at all going into next game, so I need to see something out of Jerbear. Jerbear wasn't really a big factor. It was a lot of Pigeon, Jerbear trying to set up Pigeon, or Jerbear leaves the play, takes a 50, and all of a sudden Pigeon's in a 1v1 or a 1v2 on offense. Here he is again, right off the kickoff. Plexi, what a float challenge. Jerbear goes fast. He basically beat Scythe. Plexi got back in time, allowing Scythe to understand that he had time there. Off the backboard from Scythe to Plexi into the top left. Lead for Gritz.
Yeah, already again on the board. They take too long, do they, here to get themselves some goals, so it is already a bad start for Pigeon and for Jerbear, but if you're Plexi and you're Scythe, it just seems like it's par for the course right now with the way that this match seems to be heading. It just feels like an unstoppable force right now from that team. And again, you said it, Jerbear, I wasn't going to mention his name too much, but he was quiet in that last game, only 200 points. And for a 2v2 matchup like this, that's minimal. He'll need a goal here. Oh, well played for Scythe, who read that perfectly. Here goes Pigeon, second chance. Oh, he's got the dunk. Oh, Jerbear's not there. Still it's in. What a great creativity from Pigeon. Even without the boost, he still finds a way.
Yeah, with no boost and with no external help, he had to take the 53 different times. First from Scythe after Scythe pushed away the shot from Jer Bear. He had to come in front of the play to do that, then took the 50. Oh, no way that they concede after that incredible sequence from Pigeon. Off the kickoff, what was this? Was this in Spanish, or did Pigeon just mess up his kickoff?
So that's a designed fake play that I've seen Pigeon go for before, where he leaves the ball and goes up the sidewall to take the boost and put a shot on net from the midfield. Clearly, that fake wasn't communicated well, because Jerper went up to cheat on that kickoff, and it's another kickoff goal. What on earth is happening here? Gritz go up 3-1 in the blink of an eye, and Signature Shot can only stand and weep as their defense, and not even their defense, their set-piece offense crumbles.
Yeah, it just not a great way to cheat it from a kickoff. If you're Jared Bear, he was obviously going to get beat, but the fact that he just didn't flip into the 50, didn't give himself a chance to take an equal 50. I don't know what, I mean, again, what we're getting out of just straight driving no flip into a 50, where you have to win. If you lose it, you're getting scored on. If you win it, you're going to, put the ball into open play. We're 58 seconds in, and Gritz have scored 3 kickoff goals.
Yeah, it has been here, and that play even felt like a kickoff goal, and it's desperation now, I have to imagine, for Signature Shot. We've already talked about how this game feels like it's one where they kind of have to be desperate. It really is desperate. I mean, from every measure of the way, they're just going for it right now. The rotation has been completely thrown to the wayside between Pigeon and Jerbear. This game has been against them, but a lot of it has been them kind of doing it to themselves. I think they've over-analyzed how desperate they are, but that's
Dog, are you serious?
Perfectly read. Pigeon trying to pull his team back in this. It's been an awful start for them, but maybe they can get some momentum. And yeah, you said it. What a dunk. Plexi perfectly read. And Signature Shot. Maybe, just maybe, this can get them back in it.
Oh, I beg, Plexi, where are you mussing the ball to? I mean, you've got Plexi off of the ceiling. Just full or not Plexi, a Pigeon off of the ceiling. Full pre-jumping the play. Jeremy, interestingly enough, didn't want to go for the shot there. He gets the reset and just can't mechanic his way through. Pigeon also messes up his sequence in the corner, but it kind of baits it in Plexi. So he's able to kind of make something out of it. Here's Scythe. Loses a 50 to Jared Bear. Bump incoming. Plexi never jumped for it. He never had the boost to jump for it, so it was a useless challenge. It will be given to Scythe. Off the backboard, Plexi back infield. Scythe didn't exactly read it. He'll take his time. Go to the wall. Kind of allow them to reset and just push it downfield, and it was a very rushed sequence, so he's just going to kind of allow his side to reset.
Feels like we're kind of getting to that. Oh, what a dunk. I was going to say we're getting to that stalemate position, but clearly not. That's a hat trick for Pigeon, and all of these goals have been his own doing, just kind of doing it himself. Pigeon is trying to single-handedly take down Gritz. He's done well this game, more than well. He's done amazingly this game. Now you got to ask, when on earth are we gonna get Jerbear to step up? He has been quiet still, and if Signature Shot are gonna have a chance to be consistent with this, it needs to be with Jerbear involved.
Yeah, I mean, it really only takes one moment for Pigeon to enforce his will in any lobby. It'll be Plexi again. Pigeon did not allow him to have a free ball. Completely missed. This is gonna be a tie game. Oh, but somehow Side got back down. Oh my goodness, I've got back down to the 50. Pigeon's gonna reset. Pigeon will score! Second attempt! Pigeon ties the game. They were down by 3. They come back and force Grit's hand.
Yeah, what a great play from Pigeon. Never gave up, even with that dunk from Scythe, who barely kept it out initially. It is a Pigeon masterclass now, untouchable in this game.
Is that
and he's gonna get another
Is
one.
that 5 goals? Are you serious? I mean, off the kickoff, you had so many kickoffs go against Signature Shots. This isn't exactly your average 2's game. You see comebacks happen before, but we've had 9 goals in under 3 minutes. Unbelievable. The game is completely open. Not even really open in open play. It's just the kickoffs, time and time and time again. Sporty, you're in the game. How many goals does this guy have?
How many goals does Pigeon have? He has all 5, if you're wondering.
That's insane.
It's been basically Pigeon versus Gritz this whole game. Jerbear still very quiet. That's the crazy part. He has only about 200 points this game. Pigeon has almost 800. So it's been the Pigeon show once again, and I've seen this, you know, getting to watch Team Silence for the entire season as their team stream. I've gotten to get used to Pigeon do this. Oh, Plexi! That's his 4th goal this game. It's just an absolute shootout. Pigeon gets a goal, Plexi gets a goal, and we're still nowhere near done.
And a great goal at that. He got the reset must-see dunk. It wasn't a must-see that had any power, and because it had no power, they had no idea how to react to it. It was just such an awkward shot placed right at the opponent. He just shot it right at him with a pace that no one was expecting to have. Plexi has a flip. He's got the pogo. Oh, he goes through the ball. Had an opportunity. This is just such a chaotic game. It'll be back to Plexi. He's got Scythe downfield. Scythe will go. Scythe doesn't have the accuracy to put it on target regardless. Plexi would have been able to get back on the defensive side. Jerbear finally has the ball. What can he do with it? Get it past one. Jerbear looking for his first significant moment of the series. Plexi on transition, no boost to work with. Is going to have to insta reset this. Scythe had wanted to commit to, knowing Plexi had no boost. Plexi still wanted the ball. Jerbear on transition, quick flick, powerful flick, forcing Scythe's hand. Second touch, right out of the play.
10 goals combined this game, still at least one more, and who knows if that's even going to be enough. Double commit, it's open!
Oh,
it's It's a huge breakdown in rotation, and Gritz waiting their turn. It finds them.
I mean, what?
It's great defense. Admittedly, it's really good defense from Plexi. He bumped signature shot into the ball. He bumped Pigeon into the ball, which meant there was no play for at the end of that. So, I mean, obviously it's a overcommit, but it's a really smart bump from Plexi. He knows he's not going to get the ball in that play, so he goes with a bump instead. Anything to just deflect the ball and remove that second player as an option. It's the intelligence of Plexi that gets them that goal.
But it's Pigeon now in the air. He's got 5 goals, looking to make it 6. He gets the dunk. Where's his teammate? Nowhere to be found. Jerbear needs to make something happen. There's 22 seconds left. Scythe with no boost. Pigeon's gonna have 100. He can cross-map this if he wants to. He'll go back to the wall. He's got under 20 now. Reset. Maybe a second touch. Looking for a bump. He left the bump. Where's Jerbear? Jerbear's not there. He needs to make a play, and he's just not there for them. He's gonna try to have the ball in his car now. He's got not a lot of boost to work with. Gritz will escape with an almighty scare from Pigeon alone in game number 2.
5 goals from Pigeon on 9 shots this game. Pigeon made this game close. And it's the same.
Yo, look at that scoreboard.
You know, it's insane. You know what's crazy about it as well? We're talking about Pigeon because he's got 5 goals. Plexi's got 4 goals and 4 saves. He's got 4 goals and 4 saves. Honestly, it should have been 5 saves with that bump play at the end that resulted in a goal.
Yeah.
For Snipe, the winning goal. That was Plexi's doing. It should have been his play, and really, it should have counted as his assist. Obviously, you don't get assists for that kind of save, but it doesn't matter. It was Plexi and Pigeon with just standout performances, but it's going to be the same story again. While Plexi and Pigeon are doing their game, while Scythe has been able to play well support, he's got 2 assists in this game. It's Jerbear, who I'm still looking at, and he's still just as quiet as he was before. Still, he hasn't scored yet, I believe, in this series. So Jerbear has been unbelievably quiet, and while Pigeon has done his job, Jerbear needs to do his, and he hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, you know, I don't know. I think the sequence for Jerbear, he really hasn't been able to settle in general. He really hasn't been able to find a place where, you know, he feels comfortable. And Jerbear is a player that needs to be able to feel comfortable in the lobby to be able to, you know, play his best Rocket League. He has been amazing in so many lobbies and so many sequences around the game and around, you know, Rocket League in general, but he needs to find a way to be, I mean, he's a great play. This has just been kind of an off series for him. It's been kind of an off day for him. He needs to find a way to have an impact. I mean, he can't have so many times. I mean, maybe I'm not gonna lie, but I'll be completely honest with you. If you got a teammate that is always in the air doing something, it's kind of hard to kind of read where the ball's gonna go, because you never know what Pigeon's gonna be able to do, especially when you're not in comps. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. You can't always read what Pigeon's gonna be able to do, but when the ball's on your car, you know, he was able to do some things toward the end of the last game, but for the first, say, 8 minutes of the show match, he hasn't been able to do much on the ball. That needs to change. Twos is a series of 1v1s, and he needs to be able to take advantage of when he's got the ball in his car.
Jerber is going to need to start trusting that Pigeon is going to be successful in a lot of these challenges. A lot of times, I think he's left the play just a little prematurely because he's worried about the potential counterattack, and he should be. He should be prepared for that. Oh, what a flip! Pigeon, he's done it again! He just keeps on scoring at will!
It's inevitable. Every single time he's got the ball on his car with any type of space, he will score from the air, from the ground, from the sidewall, or from the ceiling. This guy has been unbelievable every time he's on the ball. The flick went 114 kilometers an hour. He is just a force of nature.
Seriously, I mean, Pigeon's going to keep this game close. Jerber still searching for his first goal. He'll look for an assist towards Pigeon. Won't get very far with that one as Scythe gets bumped along the way. Plexi will choose to play passively. Now he can go, though. Scythe is behind him. He'll win the challenge. Jerber next. Scythe wins it. It's for Plexi. It is not in the net. He didn't have the boost, and there's nobody back. Jerber to the net for his first goal of the series.
Finally, Jerber able to strike, even if it's on the counter. It was just too ambitious of a sequence. I mean, there were opportunities for the open net that no one was able to take advantage of. Signature shot. Finally get their breakthrough, specifically from Jerber. Hopefully, this is a change for Jerber to get some confidence and to make it happen.
His first two games were not the Jerber that we know of. He's going to make a good save here. It's Scythe towards the net. Will be kept away by Jerber. Plexi to the corner. Kind of threw it away at Pigeon. He's still not really able to make a follow-up on this. Pigeon is just waiting for him to leave the play. And now he will due to the boost. Pigeon again. Resets for the dunk. He does get that as well. Should be a shot for Jerber. Should be a goal. Oh, he's missed it. Off the bar and out. It really should have gone in. Pigeon did so well to get it going, and now he's overcommit. 2-on-1. Smart challenge from Jerber. In fact, he's
that should be another one. That's great play from Jerber, remaining conscious and remaining composed in the back line. You have no idea what Plexi can do on the ball, what Scythe and Plexi can do on the ball, and just gets insta-child, insta-dunked, and instantly Gritz sits in the back of your net.
3-0 here, the best start we've seen from Signature Shot so far this series. I mean, the bar is on the ground, so any start where they can get a lead is a good start for this team, for the way that this series has progressed. But this has been so good for them. And again, Jerber, who we needed to see more of, he's showing us what he can do. Maybe he needed a couple games to warm up to get kind of, as you said, kind of relax into this series. Maybe we're starting to see that here. Still, you gotta be careful about what Scythe and Plexi can bring. And I mean, Plexi had an unbelievable game last time around. Scythe had an unbelievable first series of the day. Still, we wait to see who can be the difference. Demo from Pigeon, trying to get a piece of Scythe as well. He's going to turn back around on him, too. He doesn't get connection on that play, but Plexi was there anyways. Would have been a tough play regardless for Pigeon. As a musty flick. Oh, what a read from Pigeon. Gets right up in his face and doesn't let him through. And the defense of Signature Shot has seen a noticeable uptick in just its ability to read the play.
Well, he's got to be able to make something happen now. Pigeon. To beat off the back wall. It'll be Plexi to drive it downfield with a very violent bump out of Scythe in the midfield. Should be free for Plexi now off the ceiling. We'll try for the reset. Doesn't get it. Pigeon's awkward. He gets it away just enough. Scythe has got to take advantage of this moment. He gets saved by Pigeon. I'm not so sure he took the amount of time required. It's a great cut by Scythe. Plexi cannot turn. He knows that he jumps now. Beats out Pigeon. Where's Scythe now? He's gonna go from the corner. He can go fast. No boost to work with, so he's gotta be smart with his boost here. Plexi has to try to turn this play around on its head. Reset. Bumped by Jerber, but Scythe nowhere in the sequence. Pigeon trying to end the game. No! He will call game!
Yeah, Scythe was going for the corner boost. He got greedy and he lost the boost as well. He did not get to it, so that's where the slow rotation comes from. If he goes back to the mid boost, or even just takes a couple pads, he's in a perfectly fine position to challenge, but he got greedy at the end of that play. He wanted to stay upfield, and Signature Shot, he said it, looking to call their game. Pigeon with another strong performance, but the big difference this game, Jerber, he's looked a whole lot healthier in this, and he needed to. I mean, if he doesn't find a way to be involved, you said be an impact, this series could have been over here. Instead, we are bound to go to Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, Game 4 coming, and I think Jared can he score his 3rd goal of the game? He has been a lot better, I think, in this game, you know, based on what's being able to be done. I think that, what a pre-jump. The goals that he's gotten and the ability that he's gotten, he's definitely raised his level just because he's more confident enough to be able to go for these things. He has finally been able to find I still don't think he's playing anywhere near his level, but I still do, but he's, you know, his floor has definitely been raised significantly. Same with his average in the series has been raised significantly. He's still got ways to go with his level. Pigeon gives himself a hat trick in this series and in this game. Signature shot will lead 5 goals to low.
Yeah, and that will be Gritz. I mean, there's only 27 seconds left, but they want this one to be over. They want to go next. They would love to not have to concede any more at the end of this game. So that means we're going to go and approach to Game 4 now. It will be our 3rd series of the day that goes to Game 4. We'll see if it's our first that goes to Game 5. We haven't seen Champions Field yet here, Mel, and it wouldn't really be a show match day if we didn't have at least one series go to Game 5. And you said it, Jared still hasn't reached his ultimate level. What I will say, he's done good on cleanup. He's at least been able to be consistent with putting shots in and cleaning up plays that have, again, you know, a lot of it has been pitching, getting saves, but Jared's done good on the counter. He's been able to clean up a lot of these plays, and he's sort of not allowed Gritz to play as aggressively as they have before, because they can't be nearly as aggressively. They can't be nearly as high up the field anymore, Gritz, because if it gets saved, Jared has been able to go the other way and take the open net.
Yeah, I mean, that's what kind of happened. Jared did a good job of being able to capitalize on just the really ambitious offensive sequences that Gritz has been able to kind of put forward. It hasn't really been their level, to be honest with you, in this game for Gritz. I still don't really think Jared's level has been raised significantly. I think the small things that he's tweaked are the challenges that he's going for, where he's positioning himself compared to where Pigeon is on the ball or what he's doing on the ball. He's been so good. Jared looking for his moment to start game number 4, where Gritz is going to have to try to regain their form. Signature shot trying to force game number 5. Let's see if they can. Pigeon reset control, not past the last defender.
No, he was looking for the dunk at the end of that play too. He knew he didn't have the bump on that play. He just didn't get the flip reset how he wanted to. And here goes Plexi for his own. Oh, what a beautiful fake! What a beautiful fake! He just put Pigeon on skates. Look at this. Sometimes the best thing to do is nothing at all. Pigeon was so scared, and Plexi made the play worth its time.
Yeah, it was a great recognition, by the way, from Scythe to understand that Plexi was in a much superior position to him. Oh, don't make that be 2-0. Oh, wow, it was almost 2-0. And he passed the ball down to Plexi so Plexi could have that control. And Plexi always so composed. Jared having not a free shot. It looked open for a second. Scythe was kind of floating behind the ball, trying to bait him in for the 50. This one will play back out. Jared will control, trying to score his 3rd goal of the series, and will.
Yeah, he will, and even at the end of this play, Pigeon's still just not gonna leave. He went right for the bump, and I think he got it too. Oh, he did. He absolutely got the bump on that play. Taking out the last defender just to make sure that Jared had his job even easier. And again, cleaning up things seems to be the way that Jared is playing in this series. And to be fair, when you got someone like Pigeon who knows how to make plays happen, you can do that job, although that will not help them. A bump off the kickoff from Scythe for Scythe. It is unfortunate for Jared getting flipped around like that, but it's again the kickoffs which they've been crucial this series, that's for certain. And these teams, I don't think either of these teams have really been able to figure it out fully.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing with these kickoffs. They've been the opposite of neutral. This is really the only neutral kickoff we've had for the most part this series. It's going to be left for Jared. Great respect to Jared off the backboard after the reset. He got taken away. Pigeon kind of bumped off the ball. Jared no boost, so he kind of gives it away. He kind of taking time there, but he really didn't. Just kind of gave the ball away with no pressure on him. Scythe got the reset and tried to push it forward. Plexi is backwards. He will turn around, reverse, and continue. Could not get the pogo. And should be a free ball for Jared.
It won't be there. He just kind of throws it away again. It will eventually fall to Pigeon. Oh, and he does a really interesting move to get around that defender. He'll still play it in front. And in goes Jared, so he's now committed a bit heavily. They gotta go back quickly. Plexi not really there to support Scythe, so he'll have to do it himself, and he doesn't get very far. A lot of heavy touches this game. Oh, and maybe a bump as well. Pigeon trying to get a piece of Scythe, and Jerbear missed the boost. He'll take this one instead. Now he got bumped, so he still has the ball, and we'll see what he can make of this. Takes his time. Flip reset. Second flip reset. Doesn't actually have this one, so Scythe can challenge. Pigeon maybe looking for the bump. Oh, he does get it, but he got the ball as well. Jerbear, with very little, knew he could not challenge unless it was open. Good composure. I think so many players will go for that play with how consistent Pigeon has been, but Jerbear knew if he went and he didn't get it, it was going the other way. In a game this close, you cannot let anything be free.
Yeah, and there was a sequence before that he had an opportunity to kind of make a play. Pigeon with a really interesting pass back, kind of just bounced it down and made it really awkward for Jerbear to handle. Melekiym with a reset, trying to get past Pigeon, who had to kind of float in the middle of the goal and try to use his flip effectively, which he did. Scythe will continue the play and try to make anything happen. He can't really do what he needed to do there. Jerbear turns on a dime. Reset control, had 100, try to continue. It will be Pigeon to bring this one over to the wall, wins his 50. It's a 2v1, advantageous man position, the demo, but Melekiym did just enough to keep that play away. Scythe trying to do it too.
I don't know what Jerbear was thinking there, but he didn't shoot the ball in that position. He just sent it straight at the defender. He had a net to look at, and I mean, he had to know that the bump was there. He'll score this one though. He'll make amends. That was a odd offensive play initially, where I think Jerbear really should have scored. This one was even more obvious for him, and this one he doesn't miss.
And finally, Jerbear having the play open up for him, being a lot more aggressive in terms of where he's positioned from the midfield to offensive transition. When they get into the final third of Gritz, he's starting to be a lot more aggressive. Ceiling pitch double for Jerbear. He hits the crossbar. Oh man, that would have been his moment if he needed something to happen. Instead, it'll be Melekiym to drive the ball downfield. Pigeon will take a lot of time dealing with this. He is still the X factor of the two, trying to make it happen on his car, on his will. Can't do it. Now it will be Melekiym, stopped by Pigeon, who will kind of zen touch it and try to continue it forward. Can't really make it happen though. It'll be a free ball for Scythe as he pushes it downfield from his own corner wall. Melekiym will await the awful touch out of Pigeon, past to Scythe, off the backboard. Melekiym's got boost to beat Pigeon. Can he recover? He uses his flip to take the 50. Where's Scythe? There he goes. There he scores. It's a lead.
What a move for Melekiym. I didn't think he had a chance to recover to this, but he used his flip to stop his movement in the air. I mean, Pigeon knew nothing about it. It is just Melekiym doing it and allowing his team to be successful. 47 seconds to go. No series has ever seen a Game 5 today. This one, with the way it's going, we'll not see one either unless Jerbear and Pigeon can make up the difference.
Well, he's the X Factor. Pigeon, can he make it happen here? Reset low, pass one. Jerbear, not a lot of boosts. He could have taken the side, he did not need to jump there. And so he's just gonna kind of give the ball away and let it float in the orange half, allows his teammate to get dunked. Scythe couldn't get around Jerbear to put the shot on target. He will get the boost. Pigeon will remain equal to it. He will get the reset and try to control this. He's got no boost to work with. He's just gonna follow it down desperately and hope Jerbear can make it happen in the corner. Pigeon controls, wins the 50. Jerbear will have to be equal with Scythe, but he can't be. Pigeon's got no offense in the corner. Does this ball fall to the ground uncontested? Gritz take the series in Game 4.
We will not see a Game 5. It just feels like we're fated to never see one here. Gritz find their mojo back again, and while it was another great performance for Pigeon, crucially this game, he didn't score. He did not score this game. So Pigeon's offense, it felt like it was the weakest it has been all series. And with how much this game was teetering on Pigeon's offense, the fact that he couldn't be able to keep that same level for just this game meant that Gritz was going to take it. Jerbear definitely had a rough series for himself. I agree with you. We didn't get to see what we wanted to see from Jerbear. We didn't get to see Jerbear's level in this series. I think there was a lot of pressure on Pigeon to really make up the difference. He did a great job for most of the series, but unfortunately, it's really, really tough just considering the circumstances. And that will be the series here. We've got one more match to go, Mel. Fade, Kevin, Monk, Solar, some new names, some old names, some very interesting names. and one more match. Today has been exceptional, and you have to imagine this last series is going to be just the same.
Yeah, I'm very, very sure. I mean, Fade and Kevin, Fade and Kevin played against each other in the show match I had earlier this week, I think on Thursday. Kevin ended up winning. Now he's being paired with Fade, who is the Team Puerto Rico star, him and Mercy both, who we saw earlier today. We saw Fade play with Kevin in the threes. They lost in the threes. Kevin's so good in threes. Kevin in twos is a completely different Rocket League player, by the way, than to what it is in threes. He's such a great threes player, and twos mechanics matter a lot more, so I do feel like the pressure for him to be able to make the same level of plays that he did in the threes match earlier today is not going to be the same. It's going to be taken off him. Fade's an amazing twos player. He's sitting at 2,300 right now in twos against Monk, who did top 6 in LCQ alongside Juice and Expert, and then Solar, who did top 12 in the LCQ. That's what's going to be the next match as it finishes here. Jared Bear and Pigeon 1, Scythe and Plexi 3, as we get on to our next match in a couple of minutes.
I felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking help. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else.
Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with the city's also. That makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering.
I could be the one you're missing.
Wondering why I don't know the feeling of walking through these streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to new beginnings somewhere in a different life. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering.
I could be the one you're missing.
We are right back at you with more NTX Esports Showmatch Saturday. Sweaty FC, Melekiym, Nick NCS on production. Our last match of the day. Two dudes versus Unks. Some not very creative names, to be honest, but for some very creative players. Fade and Kevin team up once more to take on the hot shot duo of Monk and Solar. Melekiym. There's been a lot of whispers about Monk and Solar coming into the scene. They are players that have been somewhat successful I mean, both of them have made some pretty impressive runs in the end of the tournament, at the end of the season in the LCQ. So these are some, up-and-coming players, some players who are trying to kind of burst into the scene. They've done a good job so far. What really is interesting about these players, though, is they're 2-ranked. They are 2's grinders. We'll see how Fade and Kevin can handle them, but Monk and Solar are going to be really interesting to watch because they're really strong 2v2 players, and they're really tough to handle, and they've been successful this season.
Yeah, I think they've been interesting. I think, Monk and Solar are probably the best 2's players in the entire bracket of players we've had today. And Monk and Solar, they're names that you need to kind of keep those two, keep connecting those 2 names, and keep an eye on those 2 names going into next season. They've been really, really good, Monk and Solar. Kevin and Fade, another set of players that has been very interesting today. Both of them got to play today. Monk just coming out of his LCQ match a couple hours ago against M80, where they had a very valiant effort where the series went to 5. But generally, I think Fade, he's sitting at 2,300. Kevin, has always been an experienced player, really good in 2s, not always the most mechanical. Every single player has their inconsistency. Solar and Monk are going to want to play fast. Solar and Monk are going to want to play mechanical. That's how they play. Kevin and Fade are going to have to do something to kind of counter that. Kevin's really smart. Fade's also really mechanical. What's going to happen in this match? And once again, they're going to think of this as a collection of ranked games, not really a series, to kind of, keep their mental in a good place. What demo? What a double demo out of Kevin and Fade to start off the game. This is, Fade pushing the ball downfield. Then Kevin getting the 2 demos to give Fade right back the ball. What a start from 2 dudes.
Well, yeah, you mentioned as well, Kevin kind of feels a bit out of place amongst all the other people here, being the player who is least reliant on mechanical play. But what he does bring is a really, again, he just said, a really great mind for the game. There's a reason why so many teams can be built around him, because you put him in any team and he's just going to be able to adapt to it. He's going to be able to seamlessly fit what that team needs. So he may not be, again, a mechanical player in the grand scheme of things. He's a very good player, though, and he's really, really smart. So expect for him to not go up in the air, do anything flashy, but he's going to try to do as much as he can, and really what he can, to set up a play for Fade to let his mechanics go through and to make his job easy. That's all that Kevin's going to do, is going to open up space for Fade.
And I get to talk to Kevin a lot about the way that he thinks about the game, the way that he approaches the game. He's very, very big on, when he's playing 2s and he's playing 3s, is who does what for who. How good of a job can your first man do to set up for your second man for the rest of the play? Solar got a reset catch to try to continue the play. I mean, that's just the way that Kevin thinks. Monk is going to try to get the ball right over the top of the last defender. He will equalize the game. What a sequence from Unks, who are the opposite of which, by the way, 1-0.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's a bit of an irony with the name that they've chosen, considering that there's some of the younger players in this show match Saturday. But it's a great showing from them, and it's going to be a really nice high-flying match. I expect to see a lot of goals from these teams. It's just going to be high-flying plays, high-flying abilities. I don't know if you would agree with me. This feels like, at least on paper, the highest-ranked 2v2 game of the day. Would you agree with me on that?
Oh, easily. I mean,
Yeah.
Fade hasn't always been rated high in ranked 2s by his peers, but he's a high-level 2s player. Here goes the bump attempt from Kevin. Kevin's a menace. This is just what he's going to want to do. Look at him. Fade, Kevin, first of all, recognizing Fade on the wall. He's going to give the ball to Fade. He knows how mechanical Fade is. Fade literally just put the ball on target there. And Kevin just said, you know what? Let me get that demo. What a heat-seeking missile play from Kevin. What a sequence.
I mean, if it works before, why not keep doing it? It worked before him going for the bump ahead of Fade.
He's going to keep doing it.
He's going to keep doing it because, again, ultimately, he's just going to make the right decision to support Fade, and the right decision is to go up for bumps once Fade has control. So, of course, the only risk there is you can't go for those bumps if Fade doesn't have the ball. But if Fade has the ball and he's got room, expect Kevin to go for the bumps here, although that's not a good play from Kevin. Monk down the other way. Fade will keep it back. Kevin with the outward move, and you now see Fade trying to go for the bumps on it. Kevin still with the ball. He's getting chased. He won't be able to get rid of Monk. He's still in the play, though. He is just... look at this. Kevin took the ball back. He had no business getting it, and now they'll have a chance. Fade trying to climb up a couple steps there in the air. Nearly makes it 3-1.
I mean, something so interesting about the way Kevin plays, like I said earlier, is how good of a job can he do for Fade. That's what he's going to be focused on. He's going to try to set Fade up. Fade might do it all by himself. Kevin's got no boost, so he's going to have to place this. Fade is bumping the last man. This is going to be such an irritating matchup for Monk and Solar. They are not going to allow them to see the light of day.
No, they're not allowing them to get anywhere near the net either. They're just going to keep bumping them, as you said. And you're right. I mean, Unks are being prevented from doing what they want to do. And you said it's mechanics. This is a mechanical team, a highly mechanical team, one that loves to get those solo plays, those one-on-two type plays. The ability to sort of just fly around their opponents. They're not allowed to do that because they keep getting bumped whenever they're on defense, whenever they don't have the ball. Now they do have it, though. We'll get to see a little bit more of what makes Monk and Solar so special. But Fade and Kevin just bumping them, annoying them. They're harassing Monk and...
Here he goes.
Monk from the floor, gonna go for the bump. Won't get it there. The closest we've seen the Unks so far to taking that second goal. Solar, another chance. Gonna get one through Kevin. He's done well. That's gonna go in. Really smart shots. Monk did not have an easy look at the net there, but he makes it work. He only had a sliver of room, but he slides it under everyone.
I think Kevin did a great job trying to force his first man 2 sequences in a row, but that 50 loss back to the teammate was so clutch for this Unks roster to be able to get back in. Ken Solar, he can solo play it. He's going to go for the reset into the top left corner. That's automatic for Solar.
I thought this was going to be saved. I thought that there was going to be a read here from Fade. I think he knew exactly where that shot was going. Yeah, he should have read that one. A bit of a misread from Fade. It's a nice flip reset from Solar, but I'm sure Fade would have expected himself to save that. And all of a sudden now, this game is tied. You give Monk and Solar a little bit of time to revitalize, to rejuvenate, to get into the swing of things, and well, here we are. We get to see Monk and Solar now trying to play it to their level. They haven't really reached their level yet, but they're definitely closing in. They've definitely over time improved and gotten better and more consistent. What a save.
Yeah, I mean, if Fade was able to get that pass down, that would have been amazing. I mean, Fade right now is in a 1v1. Can he direct it back on field? He just took a little bit too much time. Couldn't recover the play correctly. Monk will sit on the boost. Solar will insta-chow. Kevin will get past him with ease and almost push it into the top. I didn't even know he had a chance at net with that play. That would have been amazing. Kevin, the ball plays right back into him. He's going to try to control it. Solar off the backboard. I like this read from Kevin, from Fade rather. It's a good reset pop from Fade over to Kevin, who will take a very powerful shot to keep Monk, excuse me, alert. Solar reset on transition never comes.
Yeah, he didn't get the flip reset from that play, and Monk's a bit out of position here. They're trying to catch him late. Well, it's a long, powerful touch. It won't be on target, though. And here goes Monk. Gets through Fade. He's still got a read on this, by the way. Second touch. It's not on. It's Solar. And it's up by 1. Well, you just saw Monk flying, and you knew something was special to happen. He absolutely defies the thoughts of Kevin. And it's Solar with the cleanup.
Was it Winston Churchill that said never give up? Never put your guard down? My goodness! Monk never went down to the ground in that sequence. Kevin thought he would have had a free ball, but they might here. 1v1. He hasn't done enough to beat Monk here. Monk will go! Will try to push it back up there again. Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. He's done it all. Monk with the sequence of a lifetime over the past 45 seconds.
It was misread from Fade initially. He may have even thought that was it. He barely got a touch on it. What a psycho, though. Well, you know, if there's any group that's going to get it, you would expect Monk and Solar to be the ones to find it. And they got so close to having it. You don't see those kind of plays very often in matches like these. You see players go for it all the time, though. Rarely do you ever get a touch that nice, and this one will be over. Unks take first blood. They run rampant in the last half of this game, and the mechanics of Monk and Solar, while we didn't see it necessarily for the entirety of it, by the end of this game, you're seeing what is making these players really something special to watch.
I mean, my goodness gracious me. What a sequence from Monk that he had to close off that game. The performance from two dudes to start off this game cannot be understated. You know, they came in and took a 3-1 lead and unfortunately couldn't keep it. I think Kevin played exceptional today. And you know, Fade, his ability when he's on the ball is so incredibly well. I mean, Kevin and Fade had a game plan, and they have a game plan. I think their game plan is going to be able to work for them if they're able to stick to it. But what a comeback out of Solar and Monk in that game number 1. What a comeback from them, and Unks find a way to steal the first game.
I think it was just a case of Kevin and Fade played well, Monk and Solar played better by the end of the game, and that's how the comeback comes. And now they're not looking to slow down. They're already pre-jumping. Solar just got the piece on it to stop the play from going the other way. That was very, very ambitious. It could have easily resulted in the goal the other way had Solar not gotten a touch on it. Now they'll go again. Solar's already up by the way, and he's got a flip. It's a heavy first touch. Fade, he probably could have kept control on that. To Solar. Kevin will hold, and a dumbo in the middle of the field. Now in a missed rotation, Solar's going to be slow back. Monk, well, he won't have to worry too much there. Solar's going to jump in just in time, and it'll be cleared away. And a little bit of chaos on the start of this game as both these teams are just trying to find their bearings.
Yeah, here goes Fade in the corner. He's going to have a possession advantage. It's a really awkward spill from Monk on the back line. It'll be Kevin to use the ceiling. Solar read it well. Fade will have a lot of time, and this is what he likes to do. They've kind of allowed them this space. He doesn't get the reset. He's going to have to try to take the 50. Kevin's awkward here. He's got to get off the ball off his guard very fast. Solar second touch back in field. Kevin has space. Fade has the ball. He wants it. He gets past Monk. Fade, can he score the open? He's going to have to recover. Well, he couldn't direct it back on target. It was an opportunity, super hard, and they're going to have to try again.
Yeah, it was so well played there, and I mean, he caught that team a little bit sleeping. He caught the Unks a little bit napping on the play. They pushed up and had so much confidence in that challenge working that it nearly went in. You said it was a tough shot, one that, I mean, Fade can hit. He can absolutely get to those, but it's so difficult to be able to do it in that position. And it will be pinched away by Monk. Now Solar to the corner. No second touch play there. It feels like Monk and Solar kind of reaching for plays. Fade unable to outpace Monk on that challenge. He got close, but not close enough as Monk's waiting here. Look at how high up he is right now. Waiting for the pass from Solar. He'll receive. He'll look for Solar. It's infield, but it's Fade who will be right on top of it.
Yeah, I like the double reset recovery from Fade to push the ball downfield. Kevin will steal the boost before Solar can get his pass on the ball. Now it'll be Kevin to let someone go right past him. Solar will just bang it easily back into the corner. No second touching coming from Fade. It'll be Kevin to take his time. It'll be, just for the moment, a 1v2 on offense. Fade doesn't have any boost to continue. Kevin having to cut just to allow Fade some time to get back. He'll take the 100. Kevin's got about 15 to take. Fade reset from the seat. Doesn't get the reset. Fade has been getting scammed out of getting these resets so many times, but it's been a deadlock. Unks have had the better opportunities. This will be an open opportunity for Monk, but nothing doing.
No, you said it as well. They've had the better chances. We've seen them pre-jump a couple times in the midfield. They are that confident.
Sidewall
that
double?
willing. Double straight at Kevin. Monk went up again for that, so it's another pre-jump play that will not work for the Unks. You expect eventually one of these is going to land for them. Just depends when and what the scoreline will be. Monk past one on one. Solar out of nowhere. Monk shielded the ball. He was actually sealing the real threat. Solar from the ground up.
Yeah, I mean, the first man challenge from Kevin really didn't do anything for Fade because he was never really going to reach it. Either you stay grounded or you have to have a jump earlier, make an impact on the play because the ball's essentially been given to Solar on a platter. Monk against Kevin. Kevin, really good defensive read. Solar on target. Fade having to turn. It will be Kevin's ball here. From the corner, taking the 50. Fade has Kevin downfield. He'll use Kevin in a 1v1. He'll try to delay the shot, but Solar's pre-jump has done enough.
Yeah, well read from Solar. Kevin, such a scary 1v1 player. He is a very, very good player in those positions, but Solar knew exactly where he was going, and at this point, I mean, Unks are not going to be happy enough with just a 1-goal lead. They are seriously considering getting another. Just with the threat that is Kevin and Fade on getting goals. They're still willing to get another. They haven't changed their game plan yet. And here goes Monk. Oh, Solar's up with him, by the way. Monk to Solar. Oh, it's Kevin who just gets to it in time.
And now they've got to defend the counter. Kevin in the air. Great catch. Resetting low. He's got no boost. Where's Fade? Didn't position for it correctly. Will he decide to go back? No, he turns on a dive. Gets past Solar. Kevin should be able to beat Monk here. We'll try to sidewall double it. He's got no other option because of his touch. He's going to have to delete Monk. He does. Fade too far back to enter the play. Kevin's going to first man chow again. Try to make it awkward as possible for Solar, but Solar has the ball on his car. Goes high. Reset. Faking low. Continuing. Solar will do it by himself and put his team up by 2.
Well, Monk was right behind him, but you said it's no need. It's Solar on both. And the Unks, you knew this was a possibility with the players that they have, that they could just walk right through the center of the field to the nets. And for Kevin and Fade, the desperation in this game, the worries are going to continue. 2 goals down with 20 seconds left. Fade unable to get through Solar. They've had nothing work for them on offense. Solar again. Reset. Oh, he actually got the scoop on that. It's played to Monk, who will not challenge. Kevin on 1. Kevin up with the ball. He's looking for the bunk. Monk reads. Oh, it's going to fall in the net.
What?
Monk had the read, but it wasn't enough.
Well, Kevin's gone end to end with it. He tried to get the bump. Oh, Kevin landed and then forced Monk off of the play. So this will be 4 seconds left. We saw so many kickoff goals in the last series. Can this open up? I don't think the ball's going to stay up at 0. They don't have boosts to be competitive here against Monk. Kevin can't do much. Unks will come away with a late game scare against 2 dudes.
This game was a 3-goal game. I'm gonna be honest. It was playing as if it was an 8-goal game. It felt like there was so much more that these teams could have given in this one in terms of scoring, and the Unks still come away with it late. Solar with both goals. That game winner. What a beautiful 1v2 effort from him. And there's still more to play. I mean, the Unks are up 2-0. 2 dudes have their work cut out for them here. Kevin and Fade again. Didn't feel like a bad game from them, but it definitely felt like the Unks played a better one, and we're going to see more. For 2 days, they're going to go up another level, and I'm looking at Fade right now to be the player to do that. I mean, this is a Solar Monk team that's mechanical. Fade's going to have to be able to match those kind of mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first game he has. In this game, it just wasn't enough. They allowed too much space in the midfield off of these challenges. I mean, Solar and Monk have just kind of allowed Kevin and Fade to come at them. Is this a kickoff goal? Okay, they needed that. They needed a goal in regulation. I don't know how much it's going to do for them. It won't do anything for them confidence-wise. It's going to be a goal that they're going to be like, okay, we need to keep scoring. We're on the board. We've got a lead. We've got an advantage. Not really, but we've got an advantage. It would have meant more if it came out of regulation play. It would have meant more if it didn't come after 2 seconds. They might get something back here. Kevin off target. Fade had a chance to land and push it back in field. Here he goes again from the sidewall infield. He can't do too much there.
I've never, you know, what's interesting about those fake kickoffs amongst, they've gone for 2 fake kickoffs in a row at this point. Both of them, they've had the player further back go for the boost. That's a first for me. You typically don't see players go for the boost on fake kickoffs like that, because you leave your net open, and if they catch you doing it, they're going to score, and that's what we saw in that first goal. So it's interesting to see them go for the boost on fake kickoffs. Typically players don't do that from my experience, and well, again, as you said, I don't know how much that first goal is going to really help them. It came so early in this game. And they're only up by 1. They're not going to feel too comfortable with this because, I mean, this is Monk and Solar we're talking about. You give them a little bit of room, they will find ways to score against you eventually. It's that second goal for 2 days that can really be the difference maker. And Fade, I'm certain, is going to be the one that wants that more than not.
Yeah, here they go. Solar's pre-jumping this bang. Fade had to come from behind and take that ball off his car. Monk will continue to play. Not a lot of boost for him to work with. He's going to pitch it back to Solar, who's going to take this one all the way back to his corner, with Fade just trying to chase the play the way he can. I think he's done a good job. Here's Kevin from the side wall, from the corner wall, trying to, I don't know, make anything out of this. They haven't had the physical presence like they did in game number 1, where they were able to just disrupt the momentum of 2 dudes. Fade, not the flick he wanted, but it was awkwardly dealt with by Monk, but they'll get away with it because of the demo coming out from Solar. He's going to have his time wanting to full field this. He most definitely can. Off the backboard, got bumped as well. Had the chance for the double tap, but couldn't get it done.
No, that was so close. I actually thought Solar was going to hit that one as well. I think they had to challenge that because I think that was going in. With that bump, actually set him on the course to get that second touch. So just a couple plays here where Monk and Solar are still testing them as a bit of a giveaway from Monk's Solar up in the air. They got to be careful about Fade's challenge. And no, that's interesting from Monk. Will choose not to go. Well, he called Fade's bluff and he absolutely beat him on that one. Fade now on the challenge, trying to pinch it in off Solar. Will clear it away, and Monk's already airborne. He will outpace Kevin to this one. It's for Solar. It's not for the net here. He'll leave it for Monk again. Challenge pitched the other way. Offense not really finding its success for Unks again for a second game in a row. It's been Kevin and Vade who's done a really good job, but again, just preventing chances, not letting Solar and Monk have the room they want.
I mean, for the players, this definitely isn't true, but for me, the way it feels is this game has become, the longer the game has gone on, and that was almost an opportunity, the longer the game has gone on, at least for me, it felt like more of a lead that two dudes is trying to defend rather than extend. And, you know, the longer... Oh, what a pump attempt by Fade. The longer the game goes on, you know, the less opportunities you're generating, the more chances and space you're conceding to Solar and Monk, the higher chance it is that they're going to be able to make something happen. But what a catch at the midfield. Kevin just goes. What a 50. What a challenge from Kevin. It was such a loose touch. Where is the Unks team? Did they think Kevin wasn't going to go? What happened?
Yeah, I can't tell you either. I saw them just disappear on my screen. They left for offense, which is an interesting decision there and not one that will work. And this kickoff isn't going to work either. It's straight to Kevin.
Wow. Okay.
It's 3-0 just like that. And we've seen 3 fake kickoffs from Unks. None of them have worked.
Yep, and just like that, this game is open for two dudes. We've yet to see a Game 5 on the broadcast. I think we've had a couple series worthy of Game 5. Let's see if Kevin and Fade can make this be a series worthy of Game 5. Still about 2 minutes to go in this game, under 2 minutes to go. For Unks, if they can get 1, that means they can get 3. They have time to do it. For players of their caliber, they most definitely can. Solar trying to force his way through. Kevin having none of it. Swatting the ball away from his former teammate. Fade shooting the open net. And two dudes go up by 4.
Well, that might just put this game to rest here. Two dudes. Every single game have been better and better at handling the Unks on the way that they play. The Unks, again, they want that mechanics. They want to be able to go, the ability to go in the air. So the answer here from the two dudes is just not let them. Do not let them go in the air. And you will be successful. And this game has been their strongest version of that so far. Monk, Solar. Oh, he didn't like that touch, and he didn't like that read either. And well, Monk's not going to get very far with that. The problem with Unks right now is the fact that they have not been able to hold the midfield in this game. So often the threat can be about secondary chances, follow-up shots. That's usually why you go for these mechanical soul plays. Not to score, but to set up offense for where your teammate can score. We haven't seen those follow-up shots because, simply put, the two dudes do so well to make sure that that first shot can't result in another effort. And if they can't get the follow-up shots, those mechanical efforts for Monk and for Solar just... they're not going to be as effective.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to find a way to, you know, they've generated all types of questions. I mean, from them, I'm not too worried about where I'm at. If I'm Solar and Monk, they were going to drop a game. They knew that they were definitely, you know, oh, Kevin, stop it. I mean, are you kidding me? So, Kevin, control, sends one flying and sends the other one flying. Kevin, what a play.
Yeah, I think Kevin's just enjoying himself now. I think he's just enjoying himself in this game. It's been the most freedom they've had all series. You know, Monk and Solar are going to be taking a good amount of time in between these games just to reset.
How many goals
they're going to need
have?
it. It's another kickoff goal. By the way, it's Kevin's 4th goal this game. It's also the 4th kickoff goal this game, and all of them have gone to the two dudes. I mean, that's obvious considering it's 6-0, but that's just to make a mark here that the kickoffs have been a huge factor in this game. And if I'm Monk and Solar, they're likely going to take a good amount of time in between this game and the next to just reset. This was a game that was bad from start to finish. Oh, it's going to get worse here. Oh, what a save for Solar. It nearly was 7-0. I mean, this game has just been from bad to worse for Monk and Solar. They'll have their time to recover. They'll have their time to rest. They'll have their time to reset going into game 4, but they're going to need to use that time wisely because this is Kevin and Fade back in form.
back and forth. I said what because of that touch that Solar had at the end of the game. I'm sorry. I just had no idea that was coming out of it. That's amazing. Regardless, great game from two dudes. I mean, Kevin scoring 4 of the 6 goals, having both players having 5 shots. I mean, look at the right side. Let's take a look at the orange leaderboard for a second.
One shot.
I mean, Unks weren't able to generate any type of offense. You know, they for 2.5 minutes of the game, they had a majority of the possession, which is why I felt like a lead that two dudes were defending more than trying to extend. Is because they kept giving up possession. But once, you know, I think it was Fade got the beat in the air and no one was back, the game opened up for two dudes, and that's all it needed to happen. They only needed one moment, and that's a exceptional quality from Kevin and Fade, considering they feel like they should have won game 1. They win a game here. They need game 4 to go their way decisively again to force game number 5. They have already showed the ability to do it. Scrap away close games. This has got to be their game. Kevin has the flip, and Kevin will get saved by Monk.
Monk just absolutely denying here the hope of a reverse sweep for two dudes. How many flip resets does Fade want? He got multiple on that play. And it won't work for him, but you get to watch Fade in the air. He's a mechanical player too. I mean, we talk so much about Monk and Solar, what they can do. Fade's a very mechanical player. They're gonna get another save. They won't do it here. It's Kevin who saw the play open up in front of him. Monk left for boost. I don't know why he did that, but he did. He left Solar alone, and you just do not leave Solar alone to play a 1v1 against Kevin.
If you're Kevin or if you're Solar in this situation, you've got to respect the fact that the ball is going to be passed to Fade off the flick from Kevin. Instead, Kevin understood that's what was going to happen. He was just going to pass the ball to him in a different way. Get the air dribble bump. What a clutch bump by Monk on Kevin. Now he's got to defend the 1v2, but Kevin comes back to push the ball away to make this a whole lot easier for Fade. This one gets passed in the middle of the field. Kevin defends it well. Fade takes the ball from Kevin, forces Solar high in the air. Now Monk has to defend Kevin. He's going to catch him out, but that flick's got way too much power, and it's in the back of the net. Monk rocket flicks it faster than an intercontinental ballistic missile. There it is, tie game.
I agreed with you. I thought that was going to be too strong. I thought we were going to see this bounce off the bar and go away harmlessly, but it's just enough to sneak under the crossbar, and it's just enough to tie this game at 1. Quick counters here, another demo. We were asking where the demos went in this series. They're back, and in full force. Fade getting one as well. He might go chase after Monk here too. He'll get the bump, and it's Kevin. The bumps are coming out in full force. The two dudes are not playing clean.
And they're turning up their level while they're doing it as well. Monk getting absolutely smacked around. Solar not in a position to ever make a rotation back there. And two dudes finding ways to allow this game go in their favor. It's a double fake. Is Monk okay? I think he's AFK. He's back. They'll play it out. Here goes Solar. He's going to have the left wall. Kevin, will he insta-chow? No. Solar, 40 boost, and a dream reset playing it low. Kevin will just bang the ball downfield. Allow Fade. I don't think that's a ball he ever should have jumped for, which will make everything interesting because Kevin ended up in a 1v2, which he dealt with very well. And now they can try to play back out. Monk control. He gets the ball taken off of him by Kevin again.
And Monk and Solar are just desperate to find something. They've not been able to get close on that. That's the problem. All their efforts are from distance. That's just something that Fade and Kevin are going to have a bit of time handling. As a fake from Fade. Gonna leave it centered for Kevin. He nearly found the play through. There's a deflection off an orange defender. And here we go the other way. It's Fade to Kevin. Kevin with some daylight in front, but it's Monk in front as well. Double! Monk! Surely it's for Solar. Where was he? He was all the way back, and Kevin, smart as he is, knew that he wasn't going to challenge and just lets the play slide up the back of his car. Monk again, reset again, it's saved again.
I mean, on the previous sequence, you gotta give Fade credit for at the very least whether he got a touch or not, putting the pressure on Monk on the double. And then that sequence, Kevin having to rush back from all the way upfield. Fade's got a reset pop control. Can Kevin make anything out of it? He doesn't get the touch that he needed. He was not in a position to take a powerful shot. Now they've got to defend Monk's play. Reset almost past Fade. He got enough of a touch. Kevin to the wall, kept it close enough to attract the 50 and a bait out of Solar. Oh, bad touch! And Kevin, is this his game?
Solar was so confident that Kevin wasn't going to shoot this, he left the play for boost. You don't give Kevin an open net. He's pretty good at scoring those. And we may have a reverse sweep on our hands. Two dudes continue to just roll with the momentum. Still time to play, still time to come back. But it will be time to work. 2 minutes and counting for Monk and for Solar to find some daylight in a dark game for them. Solar, one-on-one. Solar, power shot straight at Fade, and Kevin will clear it up the line.
Yeah, Monk has to be careful on the transition, though. Fade trying to go fast. He had to defend the 1v2. Now Fade will have to handle the Solar pre-jump on the ball with Kevin rotating back behind him. This should be Kevin's play. Kevin calls out Fade, who also jumped. Solar, or rather Monk, will try it from the left side wall. Fade is float channeling. He can't get the touch, but he did just enough to kind of derail Solar's thought process. Fade redirect on target, forcing Monk all the way back into the corner. Here they go again. Kevin can turn on a dime. He can redirect his ball back to net. He'll take the 50. He'll be content with it. Fade almost didn't get back in time to take the 50 on that shot. Would have been a goal going the other way, but two dudes have remained composed. Fade, it'll be his play off the backboard. Solar having to go quick on the counter attack with Monk trying to get the demo. He's gonna be ambitious, go from the sidewall, but he hasn't done enough. Fade will try to shoot the open. Is that it? That might be the game. Fade puts his team up by 3.
It was a miscommunication on the other end as well. It was Monk who was certain that Solar would find the shot at the end of it. Solar, who didn't have a very good first touch, didn't corral the ball back. He couldn't wrestle it into his control, and that's why he took it to the corner, because he knew that Monk wasn't going to see him, wasn't going to know that he didn't have the shot. He just had to slow things down. It still wasn't enough to stop Fade, who has only gotten a goal this game, but what a goal it is. Monk will win the play, and he's got room, just looking for anything late. Solar's up as well. They both commit. They're both gone, and they will both watch as the ball trundles into the goal. 5-1 for two dudes, and game 5 almost but a certainty.
Well, wow. Two dudes have almost certainly and significantly elevated their level. What a sequence, what a game from two dudes. What a comeback. This will be our first game 5 series of the day. It is our final series of the day. And what is... Okay, again, I'm going to ask the question for like the 3rd time today. How many goals does Kevin have?
He's got 5 in this game. So
y'all gotta stop it. Nah, y'all gotta stop it. This is great. Nah. Kevin's just a scoring machine.
I was gonna say, I find that so impressive because coming into the series, I think you would have said Fade would have been the guy getting all these goals, and yet it's Kevin who's doing it. His composure, his simple ability to just, again, do the simple things right. His accuracy has been just something else here. He's 5 for 9. He has been taking so many opportunities. And, well, Monk and Solar again, absolutely lost here. They just got completely outplayed by a team better than them. Monk will get one late. It won't really matter. We've got game 5, and after these next 2 seconds tick off the clock, it'll be set and ready. It feels weird to say that this is our first time going to Champions Field. It's our first time going to Champions Field, and this series absolutely deserves it.
You know, I think my number 1 question is, because Champions Field, regardless of if you're playing in a tournament, regardless of if you're playing in a show match or in a 6-man's, is a completely different scenario. Everything is in a completely different scenario. You know, my question is, look at the scoreboard from these guys. I mean, Kevin, 5 goals, 2 assists, you know, 9 shots from Kevin, 6 out of Fade. Does Kevin and Fade have the level of composure, the level of class, you know, to be able to keep the momentum? Because regardless of what's going to happen, momentum's going to be kind of out of their favor. Are they going to let the nerves kind of get to them, understanding that they would have won 3 in a row, that they need to win 3 in a row to win the series, that they need to reverse sweep, and this would be an effective reverse sweep? Or will it get to Monk and Solar knowing that this hasn't gone in their way in the last 2 games?
The series so far has been played at a blistering pace. It's been non-stop, fast action. In fact, it feels like it's gotten faster as the series has gone on. These teams have wanted to play at a quicker action We go to game 5. We're going to see if this pace stays the same. I would expect that it might slow down a little bit if these teams are just a little bit more unsure of themselves or maybe a little bit more cautious on Champions Field. But we are here. We are ready. We waited the entirety of this stream to see the moment. There it is in all her glory. It's Champions Field. You know what this means. Game 5 underway.
In the most exciting series of the day, and probably the most meaningful, Kevin. Oh, you're serious?
10 seconds.
Starting out game 5 unbelievably.
Well, we didn't think this would be in his back pocket, but he brings it out when the moment calls. Two dudes once again looking to dominate.
I mean, what? Kevin instant-challing, following the ball at a significant number of pace to get the waterfall double tap to start out game number 5. He's got no boost here. He won't fake out Monk. Kevin and Fade both have 0 boost. It'll be Solar's ball. He's going to call it from the left wall. Fade wanted to instant-chow. He just went. It'll be a ball for Fade. He's got no boost here, but he does enough to keep the ball away from Monk and Solar. Here goes Monk off the backboard. And this is significant. On paper, Monk and Solar are the better players and Twos players as well. I mean, what they've seen and what they've done in the Twos game. Here goes Solar trying to 50 it in. But no, Kevin with no boost still has the speed, the ability to get back in time against two dudes or against Unks.
Yeah, here goes Solar again. That's on target. Kevin with another block. He's had a couple already this game. He'll need a couple more to keep this one moving. He'll get shuffled away. Solar past Kevin. One-on-one with Fade. Reset. Big Tom. It's on. And it's Kevin again. On nothing to something. They'll still be back. It's Solar again. Resets. One to beat. Under one. Past the other. Bump. Open. Monk ties it.
Well, they finally get their breakthrough. It was a long time coming, but it's finally arrived. It was just a super awkward 50. Fade really didn't have much to do there after Kevin got beat. Fade was left in the 1v2. All Solar had to do was threaten Fade enough to him for him to spill the ball out in the midfield. They've got to defend again. It'll be Kevin last back. He's a great defender. Can he defend the air dribble bump? Yes, he can get a hand to it. Now here they go. Solar gets back in time to keep possession for Unks. It has been an unbelievably high-level series the longer we've gone. Both teams, specifically Kevin and Fade, have played themselves into form. Let's see if they can keep doing it. Kevin trying to get the beat. Fade's a little bit too far back. He's got to be careful. This is not the time to get nervous. This is not the time to allow the space to Solar and to Monk. Solar awkward save. Monk kind of spills it out off the backboard. Kevin, can Monk get the read? Yes, he can. Fade will have the opportunity to kind of turn this back toward the net, but he hasn't done enough.
He hasn't done enough here. It's still offense for Kevin. Fade's waiting. Fade shooting. And Monk is still here. Solar again. All he has just to go to the net. And it will get rid of the pressure for now. Fade, who he doesn't do well with the ball. Monk with an effort. Kevin will be ready. Another save for Kevin. He's already got multiple. He's already got 4 of his team's 6. Solar. Reset goes. Fade is there. No boost, though. He will not be able to follow. Kevin will, but he'll leave the play instead for boost. Free flip shot straight to Fade and straight to the hands of the two dudes. Kevin again. Solar, it'll be right to him. Right in space, exactly where he wants it. It's a play to the back wall. Double tap and dunk. It is a chance for Monk, and he pulls off.
Wow.
Fade is trying to beat him to it. Monk will be there just in time. Fade will get the boost, but not get a chance. Kevin gonna steal one off the head of Monk, and it's 2 minutes left. 2-on-1. Solar, Monk, just wide of the net as Fade plays around them expertly.
Fade with 2 consecutive impressive defensive sequences in a row to be able to just, you know, deal with the 1v2s and then land the ball and recover. Someone's gonna have to jump. Monk didn't get the reset. Fade still jumps anywhere. Challenges for Kevin. He's had a couple of first man challenges in this game from the defensive side. Usually it's Kevin. It should be Kevin's ball now. Fade will have boost. He's gonna try to call the ball. Fade 1v1. Fade flip. Fade into the top corner. And puts it to the side.
Lead for Kevin. Glory for the two dudes. 81 seconds to play. 81 seconds to take the reverse sweep.
It's been cinema on Champions Field. Can Solar raise his level? Here he goes. Reset. Solar trying to push his team back into the game. They're down. They didn't imagine they would be down here. Solar trying to recover. Monko Fade on the counter attack. Here they go. Reset. Saved by Solar. They're going to go end to end. Power play. Kevin tied. He lands. Recovers to get his hand on the ball. He does it again. In the loose touch. Solar will tie the game.
Well, it was just bound to happen with the little amount of boost that Kevin had. He was so concerned about Monk's potential challenge from behind, he just couldn't hold on to it. And Solar on the quick pull. 44 seconds. These teams have had their moments of glory, their moments of domination. It's now a moment of brilliance that could end this series. Monk, Fade on one. He won't get very far, though. It's Monk who crisscrosses him around. He's got open daylight. He will have a shot. Oh, he's hit it wide. It will go through Kevin, though. Solar again. Here he is up the ceiling. Fade doesn't have an option. Solar. What?
Single time! He needs something special to happen! It happens! Control! Lands on the ceiling, uses the flip, gets the extra touch from the reset! Solar and Monk have elevated themselves to a hard-earned lead! There's 20 seconds left. Two dudes need to find a way back in the game. Fade is last back. He wins the 50 dramatically. Where's Kevin? There's no boost for the last man. Reset for Kevin to the top right. Fade will score!
My knees, Mel. I am on my knees. I can't stand anymore. That's how this game is gone. Can you feel it? Oh my goodness. What a moment.
I can't feel anything.
What a moment.
I've got numb.
I'm feeling everything right now. The stress of the moment. There's still a chance left to win in regulation. Solar keeps it. He's on Kevin. Kevin will stop him short. It's Monk again. Kevin, the savior, multiple times over. Solar.
Uh-oh, Solar.
Well, so he's going to look for a fake. Solar up to Monk. Monk up to the back wall. Will he have the option? Solar's not there. And it's overtime in Game 5.
So not only do we get a Game 5, we get a Game 5 overtime in our first and only Game 5 series of the day. It will be Monk, but Fade remaining composed on the back line. Now Kevin with no boost has to deal with this. Solar never directs the ball back to the net. Fade just trying to keep possession. Monk, not exactly the best touch. Kevin will just force it downfield. Only as far as Solar. Fade and Kevin. Again, Solar to the top corner. But Kevin once again coming up clutch on the back line.
Nervy saves, nervy moments. Only one goal decide it. And Monk, one-on-one, gets the demo, gets the pass. Solar not on the same page. He'll go to the side wall, but it's head straight to Kevin. He's already had a couple this game. He's looking to go out on his own. For the bump, for the play. It's not strong enough to beat Monk. And he'll leave it in the midfield for Monk again. Solar waiting. He may need to pull off a little bit here. Maybe not. Monk on both. Fade. Just a fingertip save. Solar. Fade. Kevin. One-on-one. Monk will get to it. Fade didn't have the boost. And a minute gone. A minute's played. Still no closer.
Well, Unks haven't turned down the power any much. They've said, let's keep the throttle at full. Here goes Monk, trying to fake it low, getting past Fade. Fade will have the boost to recover behind Kevin if Kevin needs him. He really doesn't for now. Here they go. This will be Kevin just trying to compensate for the fact that he's alone. He wins the 50. He neutrals the second one. Fade has got to be careful with Monk. He sends Monk flying, but his control doesn't do anything for them. He's got to keep this one controlled and careful. Monk will call his own number. He'll take the ball off of Solar. Kevin needs Fade to challenge. Fade will win the 50 somehow in the back corner. Kevin will send this ball downfield. So is Monk, but the ball gets denied.
I thought that was it. I thought they overcommitted. I thought it was over for Monk and Solar. I thought we were about to call the reverse sweep right there. Kevin. Oh, it's a little bit of an opposition. To Kevin. And it's Monk who just sits there. 2 minutes gone now. what might be the longest overtime of the day so far. It still keeps moving. Kevin, Fade waits. Monk, he'll need this challenge, and he'll get it and then some, but it's up to Fade. He's got the room. Oh, it's not a great first touch. He still plays it up. Kevin! Saved! There's nobody home. Solar not on target.
Oh, but Fade had to do a good job with dealing with this. I think he did. Kevin spilled it. Monk had the opportunity to open up the play. Here goes Solar. Backboard. Double. Have you ever seen anything like it? Second attempt for Solar. He wins it for the Youngs. Solar finally raises his level and brings the Youngs the series.
I have no words for what we've just seen. If you don't like that, you don't like Rocket League. What a moment. What a moment in history to watch and to witness. Reverse sweep denied. Solar and Monk take the match.
I don't know if I've seen a more valiant effort in a twos game. Look at the score. Keep the score. Look at this. Fade's got 1,266 points. Kevin's got 1,242. Solar's got 1,220. I mean, the level in that game 5 was absolutely insane. I haven't seen anything like this before. What a valiant effort by two dudes. Ups to them. Solar really showed his level at the end of this game. He had a really bad game 4. He had an odd game 3. This game 5, that was his domain. What a series. My goodness.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Solar, but give credit to these teams. What a series. The most competitive of the night. And the one that's gonna make me probably fall asleep very well tonight, because that was exhausting. And I can't imagine how exhausting it was for them. Oh, us up here, we were just going through it, all the emotions at the same time. Those players, the fact that they can go through this kind of stuff and not die, that's a win in its own right. My heart, I don't know how much more I can take from this. This is how our schedule looks for the end of the day here, how all the matches have gone. 3 games, 4 games, 5 games. What a day it has been, though, Melekiym, and what a Showmatch Saturday. I mean, NTX Esports bringing in some of the best players in North America. You get to see the up-and-coming talent, you get to see them perform, and you get to enjoy watching it, as do we. It has been quite the day, quite the day to watch, because this has been just something else, a different level to the stuff that I'm used to seeing in my time.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. I mean, big shout out to NTX, the entire NTX staff. Shout out to Anox, who, you know, first of all, big props to him for what he's done with this organization over the past couple of months, where he's raised this organization's level to be, is truly inspirational. And the amount of work they've put in is unbelievable, and the setup that they've done for this has also been very commendable. So big shout out to Anox, shout out to NTX for running this entire event, and shout out to them for coming to us as production to trust us with the level of production to run this event. And I think it was amazing. I mean, Nick NCS on production killed it as always. You mean the graphics have been amazing, by the way. The level of production's been amazing. Sporty, you killed as a caster. I got my 1 out of my 2 casts in with you this year. I joke every year we get like 2 casts together per year. We'll get one more, but this has been absolutely amazing. So big shout out to NTX and the players for playing in it, because this has been insane.
It has been absolutely insane. Again, I want to say a big thank you, because I don't think it's been said enough, to NTX Esports, to the players, to Nick NCS. I'm saying the exact same thing you are, Mel, because I have the exact same feelings as well. So thank you to all of you, though, who have been watching this. This has been quite the big stream, quite the moment to watch, and quite the day of Rocket League action. Showmatch Saturday has been an absolute success for NTX Esports and their fans. To all of you watching, thank you so much for joining us. From Nick NCS on production, Melekiym beside, I'm Sporty FC. Thank you so much for joining us for NTX Esports Showmatch Saturday. It's been an absolute blast.